Hey everybody, welcome to the linuxin.com. This is a special Ubuntu Linux training course that we are offering, and this is the very first video in this regard. This video's topic is what is Linux. I want to tell you Linux is best known and most used operating system. As an operating system, Linux is a software that sits underneath all of the other softwares on a computer, receiving requests from the programs and relaying these requests to the computer's hardware. Linux is different from other operating systems in many different ways, but most importantly, Linux is open source software. The code used to create Linux is free and available to the public to view, edit, and those who have appropriate skills can contribute to Linux as well. So Linux was created in 1991 by Linus Torvalds, a university student at that time. Torvalds intended to name his creation as Freaks, but the administrator used to distribute the code by its creator's first name and Unix. So that name stuck. So that was the basic introduction of the Linux, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to the second video of this Ubuntu Linux training course. Today's topic is Linux distribution. I want to tell you that Linux distribution is an operating system made from a software collection which is based upon a Linux kernel and often a package management system. So Linux users usually can obtain their operating system by downloading one of Linux distributions. A typical Linux distribution comprises a Linux kernel, GNU tools and libraries, additional software, documentation, and a desktop environment. You can take the example of McDonald's. They have multiple franchises in the world, but service and quality is the same, right? So similarly, you might download the operating system of Linux from other distributions, from Red Hat, from Debian, or from Ubuntu, or from Slackware. More or so, all the commands in the terminal, they would be the same, right? The McDonald's example really fits here, right? So you can say that each franchise of the McDonald's is like a distribution, right? So I hope you have got the point. So examples of Linux distributions are Red Hat, Slackware, Debian, and Ubuntu, etc. So that's it from today's video. I hope you have enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next video now. Hey everybody, welcome to the third video. This is the installation guide. We are not going to install complete software Ubuntu. It's fairly simple. I have already installed it on my system, but for sure I'm gonna give you a complete way through which you can install. It's very simple. If you know how to use a computer, you can pretty much install this very simply. Okay, so if you are on Windows, you can just go to ubuntu.com, whichever browser you use. Go to your favorite browser and then go to ubuntu.com. This is the website. Here you need to go to the download section, and from here you need to download Ubuntu desktop. Okay, this is for Ubuntu server, so we need this. So you click on it and it would give you a thank you message that thank you for downloading Ubuntu desktop, and then you click OK and you download it. Okay, I already have it. And then if you're on your Windows, then you need to make your USB bootable, of course. So if you directly transfer this 1.8 gigabytes operating system to your USB, it is not going to make it bootable. Okay, so making a USB bootable is very simple. You go to Google, you search for Power ISO. Power ISO is a software that you can download, and when you'll download it, using it, you would transfer this operating system to your USB, and it will definitely make your USB bootable. Then you restart your system, and then you press F12 or F11. I don't know, it depends on your system, which system are you using. and then from there the setup of the operating system will start. So it's fairly simple. Okay, so that's it for this video. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the fourth video, Introduction to Command Line and Terminal. Okay, so the idea is that I'm putting very limited content on the slides. I want you to take notes, take out your journal and write them down, write everything down that I'm explaining to you. Okay, so the first question that may come into your mind is that why learn command line? So the thing is that you cannot do everything with GUI. The things that you cannot do with GUI, you would use command line to do them, right? So with the help of command line, you can do almost everything, and the things that you cannot do with GUI. And also the second thing is that you can do it faster. Whatever you are doing, you can do it even faster than GUI. Okay, so two things. I'm repeating. One, that you can do almost everything. You can check, the background processes. You could do everything with the command line that you cannot do with GUI, a few of the things. And secondly, that command line is way faster than GUI. Okay, so now we move forward, and now another two things. Number one is shell, and number two is terminal. So what is shell? Shell is basically a tool that helps you communicate with the operating system. Whatever command you will write, shell will execute it, and shell will communicate with the operating system and will give it a command, will tell it to do something that you will ask it to do, and then it will provide you with the results. And terminal is the window that is going to take the command, and then obviously it is going to display you the result, right? So terminal is a window, is a tool that helps you interact with the shell, and shell helps you interact with the operating system. All commands are same for different Linux based systems. I have discussed that earlier as well. And obviously if you want to open up the terminal, you can go search here terminal and you can open it up. Another way to open the terminal is you press Ctrl-Alt-T, you open up the terminal. So that's it in this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video. Now we are going to discuss the Linux file system. Before we jump into writing some sort of commands in the terminal, we need to know the Linux file system. So Linux file system is like hierarchical directory structure. It's in that manner, in that fashion. It's a tree like structure. Okay, so files and other directories, these are involved in that structure. So in Windows, you know that as folders, right? So Linux has root as its basic directory, and under this directory all files and folders resides. So let me show you. Like if we go here to computer, you can see this is our root folder. So it has all the files and the folders under it. So the root folder is like the main folder, then we have bin, then we have boot, and so on and so forth. But if we click on it, it has different files in it. So it's a complete hierarchical structure. So like a root folder, then we have bin, then inside of the bin we have different files. This is my root folder under which all the directories reside. So that's it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video. In this video we are going to work on some example commands. We are going to discuss few example commands. So first of all we are going to open up our terminal by pressing Ctrl-Alt-T, and the first command that we are going to discuss is we have discussed file directory system in the previous video, The purpose of discussing that was to let you know that it works in a tree-like system. Okay, so if, for example, if you want to jump into the folder which is like deep down inside, so you have to go through each and every folder which is linked as its parent. Okay, so the first command that we are going to discuss today is pwd command, right? So pwd, it stands for present work directory. So you hit enter and it will tell you that you are currently in this directory. Okay, so this is like home / my name. This is like the home or the root folder. Now we have seen that in which present directory we are. So the next command that we are going to discuss is cd. So cd stands for change directory. We are going to discuss that in a future video, which is a detailed video. But for now, we are just going to perform the basic tasks. So this is basically the syntax. You write here wherever you want to go. So right now we are here in our root folder. If we go here, yes. So this is our root folder. Let's say we want to open up this library folder, lib. So what we would do, that we would just simply write here lib, because we are already here, right? So if we would have not been here, or if we would have been somewhere else, we would have to put the entire link like /home / my name and then /lib. But right now we are in this directory, so we just need to put /lib and it would take me to /lib. Let's say you want to go back to the directory from which you came. So you would just write here cd, then / and then you would hit enter, and now you are back to the present directory, to the previous directory, which was our root folder. Now the next command that we are going to discuss is list command, ls. So if you list up here, like we could see that we have several folders here: bin, dev, boot, cd-rom, home, etc. So these are like the folders that we have inside our root folder. So these are all the folders that we have. So now let's say we go inside the, let's say, bin folder, and this is the, now we are inside the bin folder, and now if we will list, if we hit ls, now these are all the files inside the bin folder. Okay, so I hope you have understood the basic commands like the pwd command, the cd command, and the ls command. We are going to discuss cd and ls in detail in the upcoming videos. Okay, so stay tuned. I hope you have enjoyed today's video, and if you want to clear up the screen, just write down clear and hit enter, and the screen would be clear. If you want to go back, cd / you are now in the root directory. How would you know? pwd. Okay, so this is basically the root directory. So I hope you have enjoyed today's video, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video of linuxhint.com. This is the basic Linux training course, and today's topic is links. So we are going to discuss, first of all, we are going to discuss what are links. Then we are going to discuss hard links and soft links or symbolic links. Then we are going to do a practical example of hard links and soft links, and then we're going to move forward. So today I'm not using slides. I want you to take out your journal and pen and just take notes what I'm telling you. I'm not going to dive deeper into this topic because I want you to understand in the best and easiest way possible. Okay, so let's start. First of all, what are links? So links are a very handy way to create a shortcut to an original directory, and links are used in many instances. So for example, sometimes to create a convenient path to a directory buried deep within the file hierarchy. They could be used to link libraries, and they could also be used to make sure files are in constant locations. Also, you can use them to keep a copy of a single file in multiple locations. Okay, so these are 4 possible usages. So you could say that if that is the case, these links are shortcuts, right? In a way, yes, but not exactly. There is more to links than just creating a shortcut to another location. Consider this. A shortcut is simply a pseudo file that points to original location of the file. For instance, create a shortcut on the Windows desktop to a particular folder, and when you click that icon, it will automatically open your file manager in the original location. On Linux, when you create a link, you click on that link and it will open the link in the exact location in which it was created. Okay. So there are 2 types of links, excuse me. Hard links and soft links. Soft links are also known as symbolic links. So you could say that what is the difference between hard links and soft links? So the difference between these two, that is significant. So with hard links, you can only link to files. Remember this, because we're going to do the example and I'm going to show you. With the hard links, you can only link to files, okay, and not directories. You cannot reference a file on a different disk, and they reference the same inode as the original source. Okay, so a hard link will continue to remain usable even if the original file is removed. Okay, so now soft links, on the other hand, soft links can link to directories, reference a file, folder on a different disk or volume. So it will exist as a broken, unusable link if the original location is deleted. Remember that in the hard link it was opposite. Okay, so I hope you have got the point. So these are the 2 differences between that. So if you did not understand, just play this video over and over again until you understand and take notes. Okay, so working with hard links, now that is the fun part. It is practical. Okay, so now let's open up the terminal and let's create a hard link first. Okay, so the syntax to create a hard link is you're going to type ln and then you're going to type the folder name in which you want to create a file and everything. So let's say we create a text file inside the document folder right here. So we open it up. Right now if we list, we have nothing, there is no file inside. Now we create a text file. Let's say we write here, this is linuxhint.com. we save it right in the location, documents, we save it, we give it a name as, let's say, file right. Okay, so it is saved here, and now if we go back to the terminal, if we list it, now we have one file which is named as file right. So remember that what is written inside the file right, it is, this is linuxhint.com. okay, so now what we are gonna do is that we are going to create a link. Okay, so how do we do that? We go back to the terminal and we write here ln, because we are in the documents directory. Make sure that in whichever file you are going to link, you are in that directory. Okay, so file right, remember that with hard links we can only link files, okay, and not directories. So what we are going to do, that we're going to write here ln, and then we will write here the file name, which is file right, and then we are going to write the link name with which we are going to link it. So let's write here test link maybe. Okay, or let's call it hard link. So now if we list it, we can see that we have a shortcut created of file write. And now if we would open it up, so we would have the same content, this is linuxin.com, as we have in the file write. Okay, so I hope you have got the point. All right, so now that was basically the example of the hard link. And now let's say if we want to create a soft link, for the soft link the syntax is a little bit different. So what we're gonna do is that, let's say we create a soft link to this directory, documents, right? In my case, documents, if I open it up, it has two files. So let's say I open up the terminal. Let me just close it first. Okay, we have created a hard link successfully. Now we are going to create a soft link. So first of all, I'm going to list it up here. Okay, we have all these like files and folders inside here. So now documents is the folder that I'm going to create a soft link to. Okay, so the command that we're going to write is ln -s, and then the folder name, which is documents, and then the shortcut name, or the soft link name that I'm going to create. Let's name it as soft link. Okay, hit enter, and now the soft link has been successfully created. So this is the documents folder, it has two files, and this is the soft link that I have created to this document. And if I open it up, we have two files inside of it as well. Okay, so I have kept it simple and short and brief. I hope you have enjoyed this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video. In this video we are going to discuss ls command and the list files. So let's start without a further ado. So I press Ctrl-Alt-T, open up the terminal, and in here I press ls. I see these are the files that I have. I press pwd, this is my current directory. So let's say if I want to see that what it is inside the let's say documents folder. So how would I do that? And I would press I would write here the folder name, which is documents, let's say. Okay, so it has two text files. Okay, so it has listed the files. So there is another trick that you can do if you want to go back one folder or one directory. You could do like this. If you want to jump two folders or two directories, you could do like this. And if you want to list what is inside any of this folder, let's say home folder or bin folder, let's say, you have all these files. All right, so clear it. And there's one more trick that you can do to figure out what is like the long format contents. Okay, so in order to do that, you would write the command ls-l. So it will show you the long format contents, all the files that you have. For example, this is the desktop folder. It was created like on January 26 at 6:58 a.m. and here you could see that like what is this, what is all that. So I would get that to you when we would discuss like file permissions. Yes, file permission. When we would be discussing file permissions, I would definitely discuss it. But for now, you could just say that these are like the user permissions. Okay, so this one is for owner, this one is for group, and this one is for other users, all the users, or public. Okay, so we will discuss that in detail in the upcoming videos, so do not worry about it. Okay, so let's move on to the next command that we could use. ls -a or -a, it would show us all the hidden files in the directory. So now you can see that before it was only desktop, documents, downloads, but now it is also showing us these hidden files with starting with .local, .minikube, .cube, .shutter. So all the files which are like starting with dot, these are the hidden files. All right. Another command that we could discuss here is ls negative or -al. So it is going to display you the long list and hidden files combined. Okay, so now you can see that it is displaying you the long list in which you can see obviously the user privileges, and you can see the time on which the files were created, the timestamp, and you can also see the files. So -al would combine all of that. Okay, so now there is another command that I would like to discuss, and that is ls negative l capital S. So now this capital S will actually sort the list by size. So now you can see that this one here, it is the largest folder here, right? And this one is the largest, excuse me, this one is the largest, and then we have this one, example dot desktop, it is the second largest, then we have the third largest, and then the fourth, and this one is the smallest of all. Okay, so that's how you basically sort. So now what if we want to copy the contents of the file to the text file? So how do you do that? We write here ls negative l capital S, and then we put the sign greater than, and then we write here the file name, let's say out.txt. So you can see here in this folder there is no such file as out.txt. So what it is gonna do, it is going to create it, and it is going to copy all of these contents to that file. So we hit enter, and now if we go back, you can see that we have out.txt file here. If we open it up, it has all the contents that we have copied in it. Okay, so last command that I would like to share with you is very simple, and using it you can learn all about cd, the change directory command as well. So it is man ls. So when you hit it, you know, you are going to receive all the information about all the commands related to ls. Okay, so here you can see ls list directory contents, synopsis is ls option file. So you have all the description, you have -a, -all, we have discussed it, okay, we have not discussed -b. You can, you know, read about it from here. It has complete description that whatever you can and you cannot do with the ls command. Okay, so these are like the complete description for it. Okay, so we have done, you know, a few of the commands, but if you want to learn all about it, you can come here and you can read and you can learn as many commands as you like. All right, so I hope you have enjoyed today's video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video. In this video we are going to discuss file permission. Remember in the last video I was talking about the long list in which we had some user privileges. In this video we are going to discuss the user privileges or the file permission. Okay, so if we hit ls -l, you can see here this is the long list, and here you can say what is this. So the idea is that this first portion, it's actually divided in like three options. So we would see it for file 1, which is a text file. So here this first portion is for owners. Okay, so these are the privileges of the owner, and these are the privileges of the group. Okay, group on a network maybe, and these are the privileges of public, like anyone could, you know, do that. So you could say that what is you know, R, W, and what is this X? Okay, so and what is this D? So I would explain it to you. So R, first of all, here R stands for read, W stands for write. So it means that the owner has the permissions of reading and writing, and the group has the permission of reading and writing, and the public only can read the file. Okay, so D stands for directory and X stands for execution. I hope you're taking notes and you are writing them down. Okay, so I'm gonna repeat it. So D stands for directory, R stands for read, W stands for write, X stands for execute, and R stands for write again. So here these are the rights of the owner. So owner can do almost everything. Okay, so then we have group can execute and read. All right, and then we have public, which can only execute, or the other user. So I'm gonna prepare a cheat sheet here so that you could you could understand it in a better way. So you can take it like this. So U is for user, G is for group, and O is for other users, okay, or other people from outside world. All right, so now what you can do is that okay, let me go back here. Let me just make it like this. All right, so here you can actually change permissions for the file. So let's say we have this file 1 and we want to change its permission for, let's say, public or for other users, and we want to do it like, let's say we want to add a write privilege here. We want the public to be able to write our file. So how do we do that? We write a fairly simple command. Right now you need to notice that file 1, these are the privileges, and here we are gonna add W. So how do we do that? So we write here a command chmod or chmod, and we write here O for other users because we are going to perform the change for other users. So we are going to write here O, and what function that we want to add, it's W, the writing. Okay, so then we write the file name, which is like file 1. All right, and then we hit enter and it's done. So now if we go back, you can see that file 1 we have added W, R, and W successfully. Okay, so that's how you can do it. You can even take that privilege back. Like, for example, if you want to take this W back, how would you do that? You would write the command chmod or chmod, then you would write here O negative W, then file name, which is file 1, you hit enter, and then you check the long list, and here this is the file 1, and you have successfully removed the writing privileges, right? So that's fairly simple. That's how you can do it. Okay, so you can say that what if I want to do it for all the files at once? So just remember that this is like for educational purpose. You can also use it to hack some computers, but we don't recommend it. It is just for educational purpose. Okay, so it was mandatory to mention it here. So next, what if we want to change all the privileges or the permissions at once? So first of all, we want to know about some numbers. Okay, so 4, it stands for, because we are going to use them in a command. All right, so it stands for read, and Let me just copy it. Then we have 2. It stands for write. For execute, we have number 1. And for 0, we have like it's no permission. No permission is equivalent to this negative sign that we have here, right here. Before X we have negative, or right after R we have this negative sign. It means that no permission, so it's equivalent to 0. All right, so now the command that we could write would be like chmod 754, and our file was file1. So you can say that what the hell is that 754. You could say that we have 4 for read, 2 for write, 1 for execute, 0 for no permission. So then why do we have 7 and 5? Let me explain that to you. You know, this 4, this is the digit that is going to deal with the other users. Okay, this 5 is going to deal with the permissions of the group. Okay, and this 7 is going to deal with the permissions of owner. All right, so right now this 4 represents reading, so it means that for the this one here, it only has permission to read. Okay, so you have given the permission of reading only to other users. Then group, it has 5. Like if we add 4 plus 1, it's 5. So it means that the group has the permission to read, and it also has the permission to execute. Okay, so here, and then we'd write 7. It means that 4 to 1, it has all the permission. It has reading permission, it has writing permission, it has executing permission. So this 7 is for owner, this 5 is for group, and this 4 is for other users. So I hope you have got the point. I have explained in detail and briefly. I hope you have liked today's video, this video. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video. Today's topic is environment variables. Alright, so first of all, we need to know that what is a variable. Okay, so a variable is a location for storing a value. Okay, that is simple. So the value stored in a variable can be displayed, edited, deleted, and resaved. Okay, so now you could say that what are environment variables? So environment variables are like dynamic values which affect the process of a program on a computer, right? They exist on every computer system and their types may vary. They can be created, edited, saved, and deleted. Okay, the environment variables gives the information about system behavior. Okay, so now we're gonna see that how can we actually check and display the environment variables. All right, so in order to access environment variables, you need to open up your terminal. Ctrl-Alt-T you need to press in order to open the terminal, and then in order to access the environment variables, you're just gonna write here echo $, and then path. Path is an environment variable. So you hit enter and you can see there are all the directories displayed to you with a separation of a colon. Okay, so this is one of your environment variable. It shows you the system behavior, and then you can also display another environment variable. For example, before we move to another environment variable, if you write here like this path, it will not display you anything because it's like case sensitive. Okay, so the variable here you need to write all in capital in order to get the required output. So the next variable, the environment variable that we can check is, let's say, user. So if we hit enter, oh, we need to echo it first. Excuse me, we need to echo it. So you can see that user, in the user, it has displayed us our name, the username. So home, you can see that it has displayed the path to home. So in that way, you could see that, you know, the values which are stored in specific environment variables. So what if you want to display all the environment variables? You're going to hit you're going to write env, which is a command, and now you can see all the environment variables right here. Desktop auto start ID, we have desktop session, we have SSH agent PID, we have home, we have text domain. You know, all these are the environment variables. Okay, so what if you want to create a variable? You could say it, right? So for that, you could just do this, that you write here new variable, and then you give it a value like, you know, ABC 1 2 3, and then you hit enter. So now a variable is created, and now if I want to display, what I would do, new variable. So now you can see it is displaying us, you know, the value which is like stored in this variable. So what if I want to remove this value from this variable? So how would I do that? I would unset it. I would unset new variable, and I would hit enter. And now if I do that again, try to print it out using echo, now you can see it would print nothing because the value has been unset. So I hope you have enjoyed this video, you have learned something new, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome. Today's topic is about editing files. So how do we do that? So let's see how can we do it. Open up terminal, Control Alt T, and list it. Okay, so we have all these files and the text files in our system. So let's say in the current directory we have, you know, all these files. So let's say that we want to create a file first, and then we want to be able to edit it using the terminal. So how do we do that? So first of all, in order to create a file, we would write here echo, this is a file, you know, these are like the contents of the file, and then obviously the name of the file, let's say it's linux hint.txt. So now if we display it, so we have a file, a linux hint.txt. okay. So now if we want to see the content of this file, we could, you know, view them like this. So we have, this is a file, you know, these are the contents of this file. So let's say we want to edit it, we can edit it, we can do that using nano, then the file name, which is essentially linux hint.txt, we hit enter, and now here you can see we can edit it, we can, you know, write different stuff here, different line, visit our website, you know, you can just add a few more lines, then you can press Control O, you know, hit enter, Control exit, and now if you see the content of the files again, linux hint.txt, you can see we have added, you know, 2 or 3 lines successfully. In the same way, if you want to remove it, you can do it. So that's it for this video. I hope you have enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video. In this video, we are going to discuss the sudo file system /dev/proc and /sys. Okay, so these are the systems that we are going to discuss. So first of all, let's open up the terminal. and list here /dev. So these are all the devices that this system has. Okay, so essentially all of these devices, they don't have to be like present here. So these are like not physical devices, but the kernel has made entries. Okay, so this SDA, it represents the hard drive. I can use this, I can write few commands, I can use this to view the data in my hard drive. I can recover the data using it. Okay, so if you want to access the device itself, you'd have to go through the device tree. Okay, so this is like the device tree, and if you want to access any of the device, then you have to go through this device tree. Okay, so the next pseudo file system which we are going to discuss is let me clear it first, is the proc. Okay, proc file system. Okay, so we have, you can see we have numbers here, a lot of numbers. So these numbers represent the IDs, the process IDs. Okay, the processes which are running, the IDs of them. So you could see there is number one. Number one represents the init process, which is the very first process here. So let's say what if I if I want to check the status of this first ID. So how would I do that? /proc/1. Okay, so now I have come here, and now I can check the status. So if I hit ls, now you can see that we have all these processes running here. All right, so what we can do here, we can allocate memory to a specific file. We can also take a look at anything related to network. So this was like the proc pseudo file system. All right, so the next we could come out of here. Okay, so now let me clear that. Okay, so the next system that we the next pseudo file system that we're going to discuss is sys. So if we go in it, we hit ls, we can see all these important directories. So this is where we can get to a lot of settings that exist within kernel or operating system. That's why you're able to see here the block directory, the bus directory, dev, class, devices, even firmware here. You can see the kernel directory here, the module and the power directory as well. So let's see what we can do here. So if we get to the kernel and in here, if we list it, you can see we have a lot of the processes, the flags. So here let's take this one, k execute crash loaded. So what if we want to display this file here? So what we would do, we would write here cat, let me sudo cat, because it is going to require it is going to need the admin permission. So that's why we have written sudo here crash loaded. If we hit enter, it is asking me for the password. I put in the password and you can see it has 0. So you could say what does that 0 mean, right? So it simply means that it indicates that flag is at default. Okay, so we can keep digging, but the bottom line, we can keep digging in all of these all of these files, but the idea is, or the bottom line is, that there are a lot of entries here, we can set flags which then can change the behavior of operating system. Okay, so these were the pseudo file system. Some of the pseudo file system we have not taken a look at every file, each and every file, because of the limited time, but in the similar fashion, in the similar way, you can take a look at all the files, the basic commands we have taught you. So that's it for this video. I hope you have enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome. In this video we are going to take a quick look at how can we actually find files. So if we hit ls, let's say if we want to find the file 1 from here, so what we would do, we'd write a simple command find dot and let's say we write here file 1. So you can see that it has given us right here file 1. So it has found it after searching all of that. So dot, when you write dot, it means that it is going to display all of the contents which contain dot and file. Okay, so we can write one more command here. We can try it out, name, and then we write here specifically file 1. Okay, so you can see that it has like sort of denied the permission because I haven't written sudo here, but still it has found me the file which is like file 1. All right, so in the similar fashion you could do, so let's say I clear it all, I ls, let's say if I want to find the file out.txt. So how would I do that? I would write here find dot out.txt and it will find it. Okay, so let's say if I write something like the file which is not even present here, so if I write here find dot, let's say anything, so it tells us that anything, no such file or directory exists. All right, so there is another method, which you can use is locate. Okay, so locate, what it is gonna do, that it is going to locate and find everything which matches your keyword. So let's say locate fa. So now it has found everything which has fa inside your computer system. So you can see this is quite long list, so it has figure out everything. So I think find is really easy. So find dot, then you write the file name that is recommended if you want to search any file. So that's it for this video. I hope you have enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to this video. In this video we are going to talk about dot files. So dot files, we have discussed it already. These are like the hidden files, but I'm gonna show you that what we can do with dots. But first of all, let's get a combined long list of all the dot files, all the hidden files. So if we do that, all right, let me just open it up again, ls negative la. So you can see here that we have all the dot files here. So on top of that, you could see that we have one dot which represents my username, and we have two dots which represents my root folder essentially. So what if I type here ls1 dot? So what it will do, that it will show me all the folders and files in the current directory. So what if I write here double dots? It is going to show me the folder, the above folder, the above directory. So first of all, let us see that where we are. So we are here. So with one dot it has displayed me the contents, and with two dots it's definitely going to display me this folder, this directory, which is essentially my username. So let me write here ls double dot. So you can see it has shown me the folder which is above. So if you if you write something like this, followed by slash, then it is going to jump to the forward folder, okay, not backwards. So let's try something like cat, slash. We are right now in our home directory, and if we right here etc, if there is another file like password, if we go here, if we hit enter, you can see it is actually displaying me everything which is stored in the in this file. So you have seen that we don't have to write here the folder name, another folder name. We have gone directly here. So let me show you from here. Okay, other locations, let me go here. So here you can see that we have this is our root folder where we have etc, and here we have the password file inside of it somewhere. So yes, here it is. Okay, so we don't have to like write down here slash home slash my username slash etc password. We have done it like directly. We have just used double dots to jump. So you can use as many double dots as you want in order to jump to a file quicker. So you don't have to write all those names and waste your time. All right, so you can just simply put dots and you can jump. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. It was informational. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to this video. In this video we are going to talk about compression and decompression of different files and of course of different folders. So how do we do that? We open up our terminal. First of all, definitely we need to access our desktop, right? So first of all, we'd go here. Okay, this is our desktop. We'd open terminal here, and what we're going to do that we're going to write here gzip and then the file name. So it is basically going to zip it or compress it. So what is our file name here is test. So we'd write here test. So you can see that it has been compressed. So what if we want to uncompress it? So how would we do that? We would write here gun zip, and then we would write here the file name, which is test.gz. So you can see it has basically uncompressed it. All right, so simple as that. So what if you want to zip multiple files? We can also do that. So you can write here tar. For zip files in Windows you use tar, tar cvf, and then the file name .tar, which we are going to create. So let's say we want to create a file, we name it as zip file or compress file .tar. C is for create, okay, and V is for display, and F is for file option. Okay, again I'm repeating, C is for create, V is for display, and F is for option. So basically in this line we are telling it to create a compressed file .tar, a zip file. Okay, so it is denying to add the empty zip folder. So let's create a folder and add files into that folder in a single command. So let's write here tar cvf compress file .tar, then we write the file name, which is text test, then we write name.txt. So these are the two files that we want to add. So we hit enter. So now you can see there is a compressed file which has been created, and it has these two files. Okay, so let's do the uncompression of this file. So in order to do that, simply write here tar, then write here xvf, and then write here file name, which is like compression compressed file .tar. So if you hit enter, now you can see it has like uncompressed those files, and now you can see those files here. So I hope you have learned something new in this video. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to this video. In this video we are going to talk about the touch commands in Linux. So touch command is easiest, and it you can use it in a way to create new files in Linux. Okay, so it can also be used to change the timestamp. Like you have modified a file, the timestamp would be like changed. So let's see it. How can we use it? So we go to our terminal, and let me just list the long file. So you can see this one here is the timestamp, right? So right now we have this file one, which has like 0002. It is the timestamp, like January 30 when it was created. So let's create a file first. So let me just list all the files here. So let's create a file which is not here. So touch. So let's create a bingo file. So touch bingo, and now if we list, you can see we have a file, a newly created file, bingo. So we can verify it by going here. So here we have this bingo file. All right. So now if we long list it, now we can see that we have a bingo file which was created on 31st of January at 0057 at 12:57 okay am. So let's say that what if we want to change the timestamp of name.txt, let's say. So it's right now 11:53 p.m. on January 30. On January 30 it was created. So let's say let's do it, touch name.text. So now if we again ls long list, you can see that the timestamp of the name.text has been changed to like January 31, 12:58 am. Okay, so I hope you have got the point. If we want to change this for the out.text, we can do it as well. So we go here, we type here touch out.text, we check for the long list, and you can see that it has been created and the timestamp has been changed from January 30 to January 31, and from 11 something p.m. to 12:59 am. So the timestamp has been changed because of our current time. So that's it for this video. I hope you have enjoyed it. These are the things that you can do with the touch command. Hey everybody, welcome to another video. So in this video we are going to learn that how can we create and remove directories in Linux. You can also call those directories folders. All right, so let's see how can we do it. So this is our desktop folder. We open it in our terminal, and here if we list down, we have these 4 files. 3 are the text files, and the 4th one is the compressed file on our desktop. So let's say if we want to create a folder, so how do we do that? We write here the command mkdir, which is like equivalent to the make a directory, and then we name the folder, like let's say new folder. Okay, so when we hit enter, we can see that we have created a folder successfully. We can verify it by looking it here and here as well. Okay, so let me close this folder. You can see this is the new folder that we have created. Okay, so now what if we want to delete this folder? So you can do that using rm, but I think yes, it is going to give you an error if you use rm, because when you are using the rm command, you are essentially telling the terminal the shell. You're writing it in terminal, but you're essentially telling the shell to communicate to the operating system to remove the folder but not the files inside. So it has to be recursive, right? So you have to make one addition here. So you have to write here rm minus r, and then you write the folder name, which is new folder. Yes, so now if you hit enter, you can see the folder has been deleted here. So you can verify, yes. So there is no folder named as new folder here now. So you can, this is how you can create and remove directories or folders inside here on the desktop, or you know, in your operating system Linux. All right, so that's it for today's video. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome. In this video we are going to talk about how can you copy, paste, move and rename files in Ubuntu. So if we go to that desktop, if we open it up in the terminal, so first of all let's create another file named as, let's say, Bing Windows Linux, like, you know, just random name. So if we create that, you can see that there is a text file here. So Bing Windows Linux. Let's write something inside of it. Let's write here, this is just Linux. Okay, so if we save it now, if we open it up, yes, we have the content inside. So let's say now we want to copy this file you know, on the desktop. So how would we do that? So we would write here a command cp, which stands for copy, and we write here the file name, which is essentially Bing Windows Linux, and now we want to copy the content of this file in another file, so we name it as copy. So if we hit enter now, if we list it, you can see that we have a copy file, and if we open it up, it has the same content as that file. This is just Linux. Okay, so now we have copied it. So let's say what if we want to rename this file? So let's rename this file. So in order to rename it, we would use a command named as move. So move, basically it can also be used to move the file from one directory to another directory, but when we are essentially moving the same file in the same directory, it means that we are renaming it. Okay, so we write here move, and we write here copy, and then we you know, write the new name, which is, let's say, not copy. Okay, so we hit enter. You can see that we have renamed it. You know, the file has been renamed and it has the same content in it. Okay, so I hope you have got the point. So now let's say that if we want to change the directory, if we want to move this one into the let's say the home directory or the root directory. So we know that this symbol is the shortcut for the home directory or the root directory. You can see we do not have any file named as not copy in here. So so if we want to shift it, what we would do, mv, then not copy, which is the file name, and then we would write the folder name or the directory path where we want to shift it. So I would just shift it to the home or the root folder. So we would just, you know, I would hit it, enter, and you can see that file is not here right now. We can ls it. We can't see that file here, not copy. But if we go to ls the home or the root directory, you can see that file is appearing right here. So that was it in this video. So we can do that. We can copy the files, we can paste it, we can change directories of the files, we can also rename the files as well. So I hope you have enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to this video. In this video we are going to discuss file name and spaces in Linux. So right now you can see we have 5 text files here and we have 1 zip file here. So let's try to create a file. So right here you can see these are the files. So what if we create a file name with the spaces? So right here we write here Ubuntu file. Okay, So right now you can see that it has actually created two separate files for Ubuntu, right? So Ubuntu and then this right here file. Okay, so we have given a command to create one single file. So what if we want to create one single file with space in it, right? So let me just delete this thing here. So what we are gonna do, that we are going to simply write here touch Ubuntu, and just before that we are going to write this slash here, and then we're going to write file. So now if we hit enter, you can see that it has only created one file. It has put quotes here, so this means that it is just one single file, Ubuntu file. Okay, so in the similar fashion you can do it for the directory. So if you write here mkdir, which is used to create a directory, and we create a folder as, let's say, new folder, then you would see that it has actually created two folders separately, right? One folder as new and the other folder as folder. So but we don't want that. So what we would do, we'd do the same thing. We would write here mkdir, and then we would write here new, we would write here slash, and then we would write here folder. All right, so now you would see that it has just created a one single folder with a space in it, and you can see it right here as well. So you can verify it, like you can look it here as well. So that's it from this video. I hope you have learned something new, you have enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video of linuxin.com. In this video we are just going to discuss auto completion in Linux. So let's see how do we do that. So what if we have to go here in the desktop folder. So just come back. Okay, so auto completion, you can do it by pressing your tab key on your computer. Okay, so let's write here cd / let's write here d, and now if we hit tab on our operating system on our keyboard, so what we would get three possibilities that are in this directory. These folders are desktop, these are documents and downloads. So what if we write here O? So now we again press tab, so we get here documents and downloads. So now there are only two possibilities for auto completion, right? So now if we write here W and we hit tab, so it has completed it, because there is only one possibility now, which is essentially download. So it has moved to the download folder. So just if we just write here L, and if we want to write here ls, so if we hit here tab, so you can see that it is saying that there are 120 possibilities that that could be made for auto completion, right? So these are those 120 possibilities, right? So if you click it, you would be able to see more and more and more. So there are a lot of possibilities for this single command. Okay, so I hope you have got the point. Okay, so let's say you write here touch command, so you write here to, so it is actually displaying all the possible commands that you could write. So let's say we write here TOU, so it has automatically completed as touch command. Okay, so just create a touch file. Okay, so I hope you have got the point of the auto completion. Just press tab key on your operating system while writing few of the keywords. If they are obvious, it will auto complete it. If there are other words that can match the characters that you have written, then it will give you all the possibilities like that or like that, from where you can easily choose. So I hope you have enjoyed this video, you have learned something new. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to this video. In this video we are going to use few of the shortcuts. The first shortcut that we are going to use is to create a folder. So Control plus Shift plus N if you press it, it would ask you for the folder name. You can create any folder. You hit enter, the folder is created right here. So what if you want to delete it? Just simply press shift plus delete and it would be deleted. Okay, after you hit enter on the warning, the folder will be deleted. So the next command that we have is alt plus home. So right now, if you are anywhere here, let's say you are here, if you press alt plus home, then you will come back here. Okay, so if you press alt plus F4, it will close this window, right? So what if you press Ctrl Alt T? We have been doing it for the long time. It will open up this terminal for you, okay, no matter how many times you press. So exit it. You can also exit it. So you can also write single command. So if you press alt plus F2, you can write any command here like sudo or anything. Okay, the next shortcut, the last shortcut probably that we're going to discuss, is Ctrl D. It removes the entire line where the cursor is. Okay, so if you press Ctrl D, it is going to remove this line. Again you press Ctrl D, it is going to remove this line. Again you press Ctrl D, it is going to remove this line, this line, this line, and this line. So you can see that it has removed everything. So now if you press Ctrl Z, you would get all of that back. All right, so Ctrl C and Ctrl V is for the copy paste. These were the simplest commands that I could share. I hope you have learned something new. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to another short video from linuxin.com in this training course. So today we are going to talk about command line history in Linux. So how do you check the history for whatever command you have written down? So you can see I have written history and I have got all these commands that I have been writing. So what if I want to run any of that command or repeat that command? So let's say I want to clear it, right? So I would use the 472nd command, right? So simply I would put a exclamation mark here and I would write here 472. So when I would hit enter, it would execute that command for me and it will clear the screen. Actually it doesn't clear, but it actually scrolls you way down so that you have you have this clear terminal screen. Okay, so let's try another command, history pipe less. So you can see that now we have only 14 commands here, which we can see. So it has actually lessen it, but as we hit enter, we can see all the we could see all the other commands. Okay, so if I keep pressing enter, it will take me way down, and as we have almost 500 commands, it would store only 500 commands, so no more commands than that. So after that it would start to remove. Okay, so that's it. That was the history function or the history command in the Linux. Okay, so I hope you have learned something new and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to this video. In this video we are going to discuss head and tail commands. So head command is going to get you the first part of the file, any text file, and tail command is going to get you the last part of the file, any text file. Okay, so essentially the head is going to get the upper part, a fixed length, and the tail is going to get you the lower part and of the fixed length, essentially 10 lines maybe, yes, or more. So it has its own criteria. So now what we are going to do that we are going to open up our terminal. We have these two example files, they have random content in it. Okay, that we will see. So first of all, we're going to write here the head command, head. So first of all, we're going to go to the desktop directory. desktop. Then we are going to use the head command, and then we're going to access. First of all, let me check if we have. Yes, we have those two files here. So we are going to write here head command, head file essay, and you can see that it has displayed as the first part of the file. And in the similar way, if we write here tail, you can see the last one is like introduction, so it's like in the middle of the file. So if we write here tail and we write here file essay, we hit enter, and you can see the end, it has ended the file, the question, right? So if we go here, you can see it's ending right here. Okay, so so what if we just want to write or we just want to read the last few lines, or okay, so we write here tail, we write here, let's say -3, and then we write here the file name, which is file essay. We hit enter, and you can see that it has just, you know, read the last three, you know, three pieces or three parts of the file. Okay, so what if we want to read two files, you know, combined? So we can do that as well. So we write here head, we write here file essay, and then the next file, which is file article. Okay, we hit enter, and you can see it has read, you know, the both files, and it has defined as well. So this is the file essay. It starts from here and it ends right here, and then the file article, the second file, starts and it starts from right here and it ends right here. Okay, so it depends upon the size of the file. So this file is like, you know, the 10% content of the file, and this one is also the 10% content of the file. Okay, so this file is larger, so that's why it is showing the larger content here. So this file is smaller as compared to that one, so it is displaying small amount of content here. Okay, so that is it for head and tail command. I hope you have enjoyed it, you have learned something new, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video. In this video we are going to discuss WC command. Okay, so WC command gives us the number of words, number of characters, and number of lines in a file. Okay, so let's say we have this file here, and what we are gonna do that we are going to go to the terminal. Okay, and in here we're gonna come to the desktop, and in here we're going to write command WC and file essay. We hit enter, and you can see that it has 14 lines. So this one represents the number of lines. It has 459 words, and it has 2561 characters. Okay, so let's make this file like really short. Like this is Linux. Let me just copy it. 4. Okay, so if I sort of save it, if I go back and I read that again, so now you can see it has 4 lines, 12 words, and 56 characters. All right, so that is very handy. So what if you only want to know the amount of characters? So you can do that as well. So it will just show you the amount of characters. So if you want to see the line, so you could do like this. Now you can just see the number of lines present in the file. So if you want to see the words, similarly you would do W. Now you would be able to see the number of words in the file. So what if you want to get the longest line? Let's say I'm just gonna make it the longest line intentionally. Okay, So all right, so this is the longest line. So we try to get it. So we write here WC negatives, L, capital L, and then we write here file essay. We hit enter, and you can see that it has got the characters from the longest line right here. These are like 9 words and 41 characters. Okay, so this is the longest line that we have in our file. Okay, so I hope you have enjoyed it. This was the WC command. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to another video from this trading course. Today's video's topic is package sources and updating. So I want you to really take notes in this video because we are going to discuss some important stuff here. So first of all, we need to understand what a package is. So a package refers to a compressed file archive containing all the files that come with a particular application. So you see that most modern Linux distribution enjoys standard repositories that include most of the software you will need to successfully run your Linux server or desktop. So you could simply go here and type in a command or something like that, and you'll be able to download most of the packages, most of the softwares that you need. Okay, should a package come up missing, more than likely you will find a repository that you can add so that the installation can be managed with the built-in package manager. Okay, so this should be considered a best practice, but you can say why. You know why? Because it is important for the integrity of the platform to ensure the package manager is aware of the installed software. Okay, so another reason that you could ask for, and you can give it to somebody, that installing from repositories is that dependencies are easily met, because a lot of developers hate dependencies because you run your program, you run your software, and it gives you a dependency error, and then you download a dependency from outside source or somewhere else, and then it gives you another dependency error. So in order to avoid these sort of errors and things, you need to download it from repository. That would be like really easy, and dependency is literally a nightmare for developers. Okay, so there could be 3 reasons. In these 3 cases, you won't be able to download the software from the repository. So number 1, it's that the package that is not found in the repository. Obviously, if there is not a package in the repository, how would you even download it? Okay, so the second case could be that a package is developed in-house, someone has developed it and it is not available yet, and you have to download it from their source, or you have to get it like maybe separately. Okay, so the third possible reason that it could be that you need to install a package with custom dependencies or options, that those dependencies are not general. All right, so in that case, obviously you have to download the package from the outside source, maybe from the internet. You have to download it and then you have to manually install it. All right, so the simple command, the second part of our video is to update the repository, update the packages. We have a very simple command for that. We write here sudo. Sudo is for becoming a root user, a super user, apt get update. There are certain tasks that you cannot perform without being a super user. All right, so this is one of them. You cannot update the repository. So now if I hit enter, it is going to ask me for the password. I put in the password, and now it is basically updating my repository. All right, so once it gets updated, you'd be able to write commands again. Right now you can see it has updated my repository. Okay, so that was it from this short video. In the next video, we'll see that how can we install, remove, and search for packages using our Ubuntu terminal. Okay, so stay tuned for that. That's it for this video. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video. In this video, we are going to show you that how you can search a package, how you can install a package, and how you can remove a package, okay, on your Ubuntu terminal. So let's get started. Okay, so we are going to use our repository for that. Okay, so first of all, we're going to search for package. Okay, so we write here apt cache. This is a simple command. And we write here search, and then we write here the package name, whatever package name you want to search. So let's say I want to search yum. So I hit enter it, and it has shown me everything related to yum. Okay, so I know from here that yum package is actually available in my repository, and I can simply download it. So in order to download it and install it, what I got to do, that I need to write a command, a simple command, sudo apt-get install, and then the package name. Okay, that is the syntax of the command. So I'll write here sudo apt-get install, then yum. Okay, so this is the simple command. So where yum is a package name. Right now I'm not going to discuss what yum package is for, maybe in the future video. Right now just focus on searching, installation, and uninstallation of the package. Okay, so I hit enter, and it asks me for the password. I give it my password. Yes, I think I have put in the wrong password. I give it my password, and it starts to install it. Okay, so now it has started setting it up, and now it is installed. Okay, so I had downloaded it earlier when I was like trying it, but when you will write this command for the first time, and let's say you do not have the yum package, it is going to take maybe a longer period of time. Okay, so now let's say that I want to uninstall it. So that was the command for installation. Now let's say if I want to uninstall this yum package, so I would write here sudo apt-get. Remember that you need to write sudo here because you want to be a root user, a super user when you're performing this command. As some other user, you cannot actually perform this command. Okay, then apt-get, then you write here remove, not uninstall, actually you write here remove, and then the package name, which is essentially yum. And now it is asking me for the confirmation if I really want to uninstall it. So I would write here y, which stands for yes, and then absolutely it has been uninstalled. So let's say that I want to clear everything, like I don't want even the settings and the configuration for this package. So for that we have a separate command that we would write here sudo apt-get, then we'd write here purge, then the package name, which is essentially yum. So now if we hit enter, it will completely, I press Y for the confirmation, it will completely uninstall this yum package, and it will remove even the configuration files. Okay, so I hope you have enjoyed this video. You have learned something new, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to this video. This video's topic is logging. So logs in Linux are stored in /var/log directory. Okay, so if we literally want to see where the logs are, we can literally write this command ls and then /variable /log/var/log. We hit enter, and here you can see that these are all the log files that we have. Okay, so right here, the file that you see auth.log and auth.log1, these are the files that contain the authorization and security related events. Okay, then we have a kernel file here, kern.log and kern.log.1. This is the file that contains the kernel messages. Okay, all the kernel messages logs are here. Okay, So similarly, you can see that there are a lot of files here. This boot.log, it contains the information about the booting of the system. Okay, when the system boots, all the information that is related to it is gonna be stored here. That system log, it contains a lot of information, the useful information. Usually it contains, usually you go for the log files when you have some sort of system errors, or errors related to running a program. Usually, most probably, you're gonna find your errors right here. Okay, so let's see one of the file that what it contains. So let's see the authorization log. Okay, so we go here, we write here /for/log and then /auth.log. all right, we hit enter, and now you can see that it has shown me all the information related to the authorization and security, the things that I have done today, all the files and all the sessions in which I have used my root permissions and I have worked as a super user. So all of that. Okay, so it might get tough to open up each and every file for information on separate subjects, like authorization file and then the system file, the system.log, the kernel.log. So luckily there are files that combine other log files information, but the downside to that is that it's going to be a lot of data. Okay, so if you know exactly where the problem is, then you might want to opt for a smaller and specific log file. Okay, so /var/log/syslog is the log file which logs pretty much everything on your system. Okay, so if I go here, cat /var/log/syslog, then you can see that it has pretty much every information about my system. And this is a long list. I'm scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and you can see it starts from here. So it tells me everything related to the system. It is even showing me that I'm running my software for screen recording and everything. Okay, so it has like every information in it. All right, so the idea is that the only thing that syslog does not log by default are off events. Okay, so when troubleshooting with system machines, then /var/log/syslog will usually contain the most comprehensive information about your system that you should be that should be your first stop. All right, so mostly we just want to look at the latest events on our system, so we don't need to overload our disk with all of this information. Okay, so our system is also designed this way. All right, so it's not like that only we don't want that. Our system is also built and designed this way, and it cleans up the old log files and make room for the new ones. So our system uses something called as log rotation to perform this. Okay, so in Linux, the utility rotate logs is known as log rotate. Okay, so we're going to discuss utilities in future video. So we have, in this video, we have discussed logging for a single machine, but if you find yourself managing multiple systems, then you can use something called as centralized logging. All right, so that's it for this video. I hope you have enjoyed it. You have you have become aware of some new files, new log files. This is Linux Hint training course, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video. So this topic is about services. Okay, so we're gonna discuss services in Linux. So first of all, we need to know that what a service is. So a Linux service is an application or a set of application that runs in the background waiting to be used or carrying out essential tasks, and you don't even know that it is carrying out those essential tasks. So example of typical services would be Apache and MySQL. Okay, so these are like services. Okay, So you would generally be unaware of the services until you need them. Okay, so now let's do some practical work, and let's see how we can work with services, how we can start a service, stop it, restart it, even check the status of it, or even you can check all the services that are actually running on your system. So let's start. So first of all, you're going to open up your terminal by pressing Ctrl Alt T, and in here you are going to write here service status status all. So it will tell you all this, it will tell you about all the services which are running in the background, and this is the list. All right, so the plus, it means that the service is up and running and it is active. The negative, it means that the service is not active and it is not running, or maybe it is unrecognized, or whatever the case might be. So this plus right here shows that it is active. So this is the Apache 2 service. So let's just jump in and play with it. Okay, so first of all, we write here clear, and we are going to write here service, the service name, which is essentially Apache 2. And then we write here, let's say, first of all, let us check the status of it. So we can see that it is active. This green dot shows that it is running. The white dot will essentially show that it has been stopped or it is not working. So right here you can see the status of Apache 2 is active. So right here you can see I cannot write a command yet. Okay, so what you need to do, that you need to press Ctrl C so that you can come out of it and you can simply write your command here. Okay, so right now the service is running. So what do I need to do? That let's just simply stop this service and then check the status. So I'll write here service Apache 2, and then I just stop the service. So basically it would ask me for the password for the authentication. I would put in my password, and now you can see that my command has been successfully executed. So right now if I check the status of this service Apache 2 status, if I hit enter, so you can see that it is basically telling me that, okay, actually Apache 2, right? We don't have Apache service, but we have Apache 2. All right, so we hit enter, and you can see that the green dot has been replaced by the white dot, and we can see that the active status has been turned into inactive or dead. Okay, also it is telling us the time, that since whatever time it has been like dead. So it also tells that it was dead like 26 seconds ago. Okay, so I hit Ctrl C, I come out of it, and now let's start the service. So we write here service Apache 2, and then we write here start. So we hit enter, and it is again going to ask me for the authentication and the password. I enter it, and now my command is like successfully, it has been executed. So now if I check the status of Apache 2, now you can see it has become active again. Similarly, if you have to restart it, you just have to write service Apache 2 restart. Okay, so let me do that for you. Control C, you just need to write here service Apache 2 restart. In case if you want to restart a service, it is going to ask you for the password, and you can see it has basically restarted the service again. Okay, so 13 seconds ago, right, it was active. So if I again go here, service Apache 2 status, it is active, and obviously the time has been like, it has passed more time. Like I have taken more time to type in the status command, so it has like 19 seconds ago it was like restarted and it was active again. Okay, so when you would restart it, this time will get updated as well. Okay, so I hope you have enjoyed this video, you have learned something new, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome. In this video we are going to talk about processes in Linux. So the processes carry out tasks within operating system. So you can think of a process as a computer program in action. All right. So what if you want to see or check what are the processes that are like going on? So you write here PS, you hit enter, and right here you can see that we have a list of the processes which are like going on. So the PID is basically nothing but a unique process ID that is given to the process. So it is it is ideal to define and identify a process or anything, any entity, by the ID number, okay? Because this cannot be duplicated or anything, so it is very easy. So that's why a unique, a specific ID is given to a process. So right now here you can see this is the process ID. So TTY is basically the terminal from where it is running, and this time is the CPU time that it has taken to run the process or complete the process, and CMD is the basic name of the process. Okay, so right now two processes are running. One is my screen recording and one is the terminal itself. So you can ask that why do we even care about processes or about knowing these processes? So sometime we ought to run processes in the background, and sometime we want to control manually the list of the processes and what tasks they can perform. Okay, so ls, which is a command that you usually write to get the list of the files in a folder, is basically a process as well, and it doesn't take much time. The execution time, it will almost be 0. It would be instant, right? So it would be like a fraction of a second, small fraction of a second. Okay, so what does it display? It displays the hour, the minute, and the second. So obviously it is a fraction of a second, and here we don't have that unit, right? So it displays you like 0, 0, 0. All right, so let's run an example and let's see that how can we actually check out the processes and run them. So right here, if we run a process named as, let's say, xlogo, we hit enter, and you can see that this is a process. It takes a lot of time here, and we cannot run anything right here. Okay, so in order to write anything, we have to press Ctrl C, and when we press Ctrl C, you can see that xlogo window goes away. Okay, so what we can do, that we can actually control this process manually, and we can shift it into the background. Okay, so in order to shift this process into the background, what we can do is that we can write here xlogo and space, and then we can simply write here an ampersand sign, and when we hit enter, you can see that now this process is running in the background. Okay, so this is essentially the job, the process ID, and this is the job ID that you can see here. So in background there is one process running, and it is essentially the xlogo, and its job ID is 1. So if we would have like other processes running in the background, then their job ID would be like 2, and then their process ID would be something else. Okay, so I hope you have learned something new in this video. This is the Linux training course, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to another video. The topic of this video is utility. So the utilities are also known as commands. Although there is no real distinction between a command and a utility in Linux, there is a distinction between Linux shell commands and standard Linux commands or utilities. Okay, so a utility is nothing but a tool to run a command. Okay, so basically you can say, what does that mean, like a tool? So basically if you write here like service, this is basically a tool. Okay, we have used service. and it is a utility as well. And the other utilities that we have used is like ls, it is a utility as well. mkdir to make or create directory, this is a utility as well. cat that we have used, it is a utility as well. chmod is a utility as well. So utilities are nothing but the tool to run a command. Okay, so this is basically chmod is a tool, and then you whatever you want to write here, you would write, that would be a command. Okay, so I hope you have learned something new in this video. That was a basically short video just to let you know what utilities are. You know, you can do a few things with the utility. So there is like not much difference between a command and a utility. You can say that the utilities are also known as the commands. Okay, so that's it in this video. I hope you have enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video. In this video we are going to discuss kernel modules. So the kernel modules are basically stored in the home directory or the root folder in the path /lib/modules. Okay, so these are basically the drivers that can be loaded and unloaded as well as needed or at the boot time. Okay, so basically the modular, it is not statically compiled into the kernel. Alright, so the idea is, if you look at this picture, the kernel is the low-level aspect of your computer that basically sits between the user and hardware, and its job is to how to talk to CPU, to communicate with the memory, and to communicate with the devices. Okay, so it basically, as you can see in the picture, it basically communicates with the application, it basically communicates with the CPU, the memory, and other devices like, you know, maybe a mouse or a mic. The idea is that basically it takes all the information from the application and communicate with the hardware, and it also takes all the information from the hardware and it communicates with the application. So you can say that kernel is basically a bridge which takes the information from the application to the hardware and from the hardware to the application. Alright, so simple is that. So in order for kernel to communicate with the hardware, it needs to have, you know, some specific modules. Okay, it needs to have a module that can tell it how to do that, and those modules are available and built in, and a few of them, you know, they can actually be imported, and they are external, and they are externally available, and you can use them as you need them. Okay, so let's, you know, jump into the practical side of it. Let's open up our terminal, press Ctrl-Alt-T. So right here, in order to list the modules, what we can do, we can write here lsmod, okay, lsmod, okay. So when you hit enter, you can see that it has basically listed all the modules here. Alright, so these are all the modules that are available. Okay, so here, these are like the name of the modules, the first row, and you know, the second row is basically for size, the size of the module, and the third one is basically, you know, these are just the comments, you can say, or the path, some of the path or some of the information against each driver or against each kernel module, and these are like the number of uses of these modules. Okay, so 2, 1, 0, 3. So let's say that if we uninstall one of the modules, so let's uninstall this one, R8169. It is on the top, so it would be easy for us to, you know if it has been removed. Okay, so how do we remove you know, a module, a kernel module? So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna write here rmmod, and then we're gonna write here the name of that package, which was essentially rmmod r8169. Let me just confirm it that it was the name of it. Yes, r8169. So I have here r8169. So if I hit enter now, so you can see that it tells me that the operation is not permitted because I have not written sudo here yet. So let me uninstall it with the sudo rmmod, and sudo basically, you know, makes you a super user, and you write here the package name, which was r8169. I hit enter, it asks me for the password. I entered the password, and now you can see it has not given me any error. It means that it has successfully uninstalled it. Okay, so right now if I go and check the list of the modules, the kernel modules again, you can see actually here on top there is no such module as r8169 now, right? It has been removed. So what if we want to install a module? So let's install the module again that we have actually uninstalled. So the idea is that all the modules are in our modules folder. So we would go to our home directory in the lib folder. Here are the modules, and you can see here we have, you know, 4 folders in which our modules exist. So I really don't know where that r8169 is gonna be in these folders. So let's simply search it. So I write here r8169, and I basically find it, you know, quite easily. So here is that file. So I'm gonna go to the properties and just copy this path. We need to copy this path. We need to have it, and what we're going to do, that we are going to install it. So we write here, we go to the terminal. Let me just clear it. So we write here a command named as sudo. We write here sudo because if we don't, then it is going to say that you don't have permission to do it, obviously. So we write here sudo, and then we write here insmod, which basically is the abbreviation of install mod. Yes, so I write here insmod, and then I write here I copy here the path of that file, I paste it, and I paste the path of the file which I have copied, and now I write here the file name, which is /r8169 essentially, and the extension of that file was like .ko, which stands for kernel module maybe. Yes, so I hit enter, and the package, the module, the kernel module has been successfully installed. So let's check it out here. So lsmod, we hit enter, and now you can see that we have it installed, probably on the top right here, you can see. Okay, so similarly you can, you know, uninstall or unload any module that you want, or any driver that you want, and in the same way you can actually load or install the module that I have shown you here previously, right here. Okay, just copy the path of the folder and just put in the file name, and you are done. Okay, so I hope you have learned something new from this video. This is linuxhint.com, a training course from them, and I will see you in the next video.
Hey everybody, welcome once again. In this video we are going to talk about adding users, and of course when we will add user, we will add it to a specific group. You can also create a user, as you know, if you don't want to add it to any group, then the user will be created, and it will generate its own, like, sort of a unique identity and a unique group sort of thing. Okay, so a single user can be added as well, but in this video we are going to add one user to a group, and then we are going to try to change the group of the user. So we'll try to add the same user to take from one group, and we will try it to add to another. Okay, so let's start. So first of all, as we always do, we'll press Ctrl Alt T, we'll open up our terminal. So before we add user to the group, there are a couple of things that we need to know. The first thing we need to know is that in which group we are going to add the user. So in order to know that which groups exist on our system, we need to write this command cat/etc/group, and you can see here that we have several groups available here. Okay, so let's say here is this one D group color D. We want to add a user to this group. So let's say the username, we want to name the user as John, let's say. Okay, so the color D, and notice the ID of this group here is 123. Okay, and color D is a group and its ID is 123. So now what we're gonna do, that we're gonna write a simple command. So we write here sudo user add -d which directory we want. So the username is gonna be John, so we're gonna name the directory as John. Okay, so John, then we're gonna write here s shell, which is bash, and we have explained bash in our upcoming video in the next section. Okay, so you'd be able to see that, so stay tuned and keep watching these videos. Then we're gonna specify the group, which is essentially color D. Then we're gonna specify the name of our user, which is essentially John. So if we will hit enter, now it is gonna do what it is gonna do, that it is going to create a user named as John, and then it is gonna add it to the group, which is essentially color D. Okay, so we hit enter, it asks me for the password, I enter my password, and now it has created the user. Okay, so how do we know that we have created the users successfully? We'll write here cat/edc/password. So we go to the password file, we hit enter, and in the end here you can see that we have a user created named as John, and this 123 is the group ID that I have shown you for color D, if you remember. Okay, so 123 represents the group in which it is added. So color D is the group in which it has been added. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, let's try to change the group of the user. Hey everybody, welcome. In this video we are going to discuss the user group, and we are going to create a user, we are going to create a group, we are going to delete the group as well, and I've shown you how to delete a user in the previous video, and we'll also discuss user privileges in the end. I'll tell you a few things about that as well. So let's start. I'll press Ctrl Alt T, I'll open up my terminal, and right here the first command. In the previous video we wrote first only one line command in which we created the user and then we specified the directory, and then we actually added the user to the group. So what if we don't want to add the user to any group? So what it would do, it would create its own unique group. You can add user individually as well. So you will write here user add, and then the username, which is, let's say, Johnny. So we hit enter, it is going to ask us for the password. So here it is. How do we know that we have created a user? For that you have to go to your password file. Obviously you hit enter, and you can see that the Johnny user has been created. I've shown you in the previous video how to delete it, and now if you go ahead and if you check your groups, you would be able to see that we have this username in the group list as well. Okay, it has not been added to any group, so it has created one of its own as a unique user. Okay, so I have shown you that how to change the password of it in the previous video as well. So what if you want to create another specific group and you want to add users to that? So adding users to that is very simple, and I've shown you in the previous video. In this video I'm just going to show you that how you can create the group. So for that you would write here sudo, you need to be a root user, a super user you can say. You would write here group add, and then you would write here the group name. So the group name could be Linux users, let's say.
So now how do we know that the group has been created? We'd go back, we'd write here cat/etc/group. We'd hit enter and you can see that the Linux users, the group has been created, and now you can add as many users to this Linux users group as possible. So what if you want to delete this group? So that is very simple as well. You'll write here sudo, then you write here group del, then you would write here the group name, which is essentially Linux users. You hit enter and now you can see that the group Linux users has been deleted. How do we know? We go back, we write here /etc/group, we hit enter and you can see that the group Linux users has been removed. Okay, so another thing that I would like to show you here, which is like these are the user privileges, and you know, I'm not gonna jump into that again because we have discussed that in detail in the file permission topic. So if you remember from one of the previous video, if you want to, you know, revise that, I would recommend you to go back and watch that video, which is labeled as file permission. I think that is the video number 9 or video number 8, I'm not sure, but go ahead, figure it out, the file permission video, and watch that. I have absolutely fantastically described and briefly described everything related to user privileges in that video. So go ahead, watch that video and revise your concepts, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome once again. In this video we are going to talk about the sudo command. We have been using it, but now I'm going to give you the detailed explanation of that. So sudo stands for super user do. Okay, so the idea is that you cannot perform certain actions without being a super user, and you can ask, why is that so? So the idea is that you cannot perform any installation, uninstallation, or update, or, you know, changes in the root folder without being a super user, because your system, you know, it needs to be saved. So no other user can make any changes other than you. So you have to put in your password, and your system needs to make sure that it's you, and then you can make changes in the root folder. Otherwise, whatever command you would write, it would give you the error or the warning, or whatever you can call it. It would say permission denied. Whenever you see that permission denied message, it means that you need to work as a super user, because these changes are going to affect your root folder. All right, so let's go ahead and let's see what do we have in our root folder. So we have all of these folders. So let's say that we want to go ahead and we want to check any one of the folder, that what do we have inside of that. So let's select this media folder and let's see what do we have. We have just one folder named as my username. So let's go ahead, first of all let's go into our root folder, and then let's go to cd/media. Yes, we are now in that folder. So if we ls, we have just one folder. So let's say we want to create a new folder here named as, let's say, new folder. Okay, we hit enter and now you can see that it is giving us a warning or a message, permission denied. So why the permission was denied? Because it is a root folder. It is a part of a root folder, and we cannot make any sort of changes until and unless we are not, you know, using as a super user. Okay, so how do we do that? We'll write here sudo. If we just write here sudo and then we write the same command, then it would ask us for the password. So we'd put in the password, and now you can see that it has created a new folder directory inside of that media folder. So that is the magic of sudo. So you can you know, perform a lot of tasks as a user. So let's say if we want to update, so let's say apt-get update. So we hit enter and you can see here it has given us an error of the permission denied, right? So if we write here apt-get sudo apt get update, then you can see it would start to update all the everything and repositories. Okay, so I hope you have got the point. You have learned something new in this video. This is Linux Hand training course. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to this video. In this video we are going to discuss the network user interface in Linux. So Linux network interface can be confusing for a lot of people who are just getting started. So I'm going to give you an overview so that you can understand it very easily. So I'm not going to make things very difficult. I'm not going to jump into the deep concepts. Rather, I'm just going to keep it simple. Okay, I'm just going to keep it simple. So we write here our first command, which is IP space link. If we hit enter, now you can see we have here three network interfaces. The number one is this LO, which stands for Linux host, and these are two Ethernet network interface. Okay, so the first one is LO, the second one is ENP2SO, the third one is WLP3SO. Okay, so let me explain it a little bit. So here you can see this is actually essentially the MAC address. It tells us that it is the Etherlink, the Ethernet. This one is also an Etherlink, but this one is the Linux host. Okay, so if you see here, we have up here, and we have up here as well, and we have up here as well. So you can say, what does this app means? It means that it is ready and available and it can be used. So it doesn't mean that always you'll be using these interfaces. Up just tells you that it is available. So it doesn't mean that it is being used. It means that it is available to use. Okay, so that sort of up also means that kernel thinks that this is available, this right here. Okay, this up also means that the kernel is confirming the availability of this network user interface. Okay, so right here, lower up, it is very essential. So when you will see lower up, it just means that it has established a link at the physical layer of the network. If you have studied networking, there are like 7 layers of network, and one of them is like physical layer of the network. So this lower up just means that you have established a connection with the physical layer. All right, so you can see that here we have lower up, but here we do not have lower up, right? And here we have lower up as well. So what does that mean? That means that these two network interfaces, they are like in use. They are, of course, they are going to have their IP addresses, but this one, it is not going to have any IP address because it is not in use, and it is not has yet established a connection or a link with the physical layer. Okay, so we will also see the the IP addresses. So how do we check them? We'll write here IP ADDR, we hit enter. Let me just clear up the screen so that we don't see that mess and we just focus on the output. So right now you can see that this is essentially the default IP address. Every time you're gonna check it here, it is gonna be here. And this right here is the IP address of the network interface number 3, which is essentially WLP3SO. And this one is second one, ENP2SO, which doesn't have any IP address. It just has a MAC address because it is not yet connected to the physical layer. Okay, so there's one more thing that you can do. You can write here man IP link, and you'd be able to see all those commands that you can use. So if you write here IP link help, you'd be able to see everything related to it, the help that is available. You can actually delete any sort of device using IP link delete. You can also set the IP link, the address, the name, and the types as well. You can also check the stats. Okay, you can also add any virtual link if you want to. All of that help is available right on your fingertips if you just type man IP link. So I would recommend you go ahead and you try some of those commands so you get an idea about it. And then if you want to check about ADDR, so you can see here as well, you have all those options available here. For version, for human, so the human, the negative H, this is a command which represents the output statistics with the human readable values followed by suffix. Okay, so then we have negative D or hyphen D, which represents the details, which essentially output more detailed information than what you see on your terminal. Okay, so all of these shortcuts you can use as well for family, inet, inet6, bridge, and decnet, and IPX, MPLS, and family links. Okay, so these are the shortcut: -4, -6, negative B, negative D, negative I, and negative M. Okay, so you can go on and on. You can dig deeper. You can try a lot of things if you want to. So that was the brief introduction that I have given to you today about network user interfaces in Linux. So I hope you have enjoyed it. You have learned something new, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to talk about DNS. So DNS, first of all, we are going to discuss what is DNS. Second, we are going to discuss how does DNS server work. Finally, we are going to see that how we can configure a DNS server. So DNS is domain name system. So domain name system is responsible for translating internet domain and a host name to IP address and vice versa. So the idea is that google.com is a domain name, right? So the computer system, it actually doesn't understand what is google.com. We humans, we understand what is google.com. So a computer understand numbers. So this google.com, it gets converted into numbers, and then it is translated like to the computer, and then computer takes it and it understands that, oh, it's google.com. In that google.com for computer, it's gonna be something like, let's say 8.8.8.8. So that is, computer understands that. Okay, computer doesn't understand what is google.com. Okay, we do. So similarly, we have facebook.com, gmail.com, we have youtube.com. So these are the websites, domain name, which are, you can say, domain name service. Their IP addresses are there, which are like working in the background, and their servers, their computers do not understand what is youtube.com, what is facebook.com, what is google.com. So they have their unique IP addresses. So we don't know those IP addresses because we cannot remember every IP address. So domain name service is basically, it makes it easier for us to reach those websites without having to put those numbers, those complex numbers, those IP addresses. So you just put in google.com and you reach there. So DNS sends requests to the DNS server and waits for a response. So google.com, obviously it has an equivalent IP address. So there are basically two sorts of requests. We have lookup requests and we have lookup response. So forward lookup, it's forward lookup is something which resolves the host name to IP address. Okay, so basically google.com, it resolves the name of google.com to the IP address, and the reverse lookup is that resolves IP address to the host name or the domain name. For example, 8.8.8 is the IP address, it resolves it to google.com. So basically that is reverse lookup. Okay, that was the story of the DNS and how does it work. So now let's jump in. Let's try to configure our DNS server. Okay, so first of all, we're gonna write here host name CTL. So here you can see that I have given the name here server.example.com. For the first time when you're gonna run here, the host name is gonna be something like maybe Ubuntu. Yes, Ubuntu. Okay, so right here I have changed the name to server.example.com. How I have changed it? I have changed it using like this command, host name CTL, and then I have written here set host name, and then I have given here server.example.com. So what I have already done that, so it's not gonna make any difference here. So you can see I have server.example.com. So now what I can do, that I can write here, I can clear it. I can write here ifconfig. So it would give me the address to my port inet. I have 192. This is my inet, the IP address that I'm gonna use. Okay, so 192.168.0.106. okay, let me write it down somewhere near me so that I can remember it. Okay, so once you have done that, now what you're gonna do, that you're gonna write here sudo nano, and you are going to open up a file, network/interfaces, and once you open it, yes, it is asking me for the password. And once you open it, you need to write these 4 lines. Okay, so first of all, you need to write your name, your name of the network that you're using. Okay, so and then you have to write the IP address, and then you have to write the net mask. Okay, so these are the 4 lines that you need to write. So this WLP3SO, where did it come from? It came from here. This is you can say that this is the network that I'm using. Okay, I'm gonna restart the servers actually. Sudo systemctl restart. So okay, sudo systemctl restart networking actually. Okay, so I hit enter, and it gives some sort of error. So make sure when it gives some sort of error, you basically restart your Ubuntu system. So obviously you have to restart. So I'll restart my system and I'll get back. Okay, so once we have restarted your system, now go ahead and type here ifconfig. Yes, wrong spelling. All right. So this is the network interface that we are using. Okay, so now let's go ahead, let's move forward, and let's try to install some of the packages, bind9 and bind9 utils. So we write here sudo apt get update. So once it gets updated, after that you are going to install bind9 and bind9 utils. Okay, so I have already installed, so probably it's gonna take less time for me, but in your case probably it will take longer. So bind9 and bind9 utils. Okay, you hit enter and it starts to install bind9 and bind9 utils. Okay, so I have already installed these packages. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, that I'm gonna go to cd /etc/bind. Once I get here, ILS, and you can see that we have name.conf file here. That's the file that we're gonna open, and we're gonna make some changes to nano. Then we're gonna write here edc/bind/named.conf. Okay, so once you have done it, so now what you're gonna do, that you're gonna okay, all right, so that is fine. We don't need to make any sort of changes in that file, but we are going to make changes in the other file, which is name.conf.local, somewhere here. Yes, this one. Okay, so we want to open that up, and we want to make changes to this file, name.conf.local. okay, so we hit enter, it will open up, and you can see that these are the changes that I already have made. Probably I was practicing. Here you are going to write here example.com, the domain name that we have given. You can give here any other domain name, like for example linux.com, if that is your domain, no problem. So then you write here the type, which is master, then you give here the path forward.example.com, and then you write here your IP address in reverse. Okay, you for example, my IP address was 192.168.0 and 106. So you do not write the last suffix, and you just write the first three, and you write here, you write in the reverse order. Then you put in here dot in hyphen addr dot arpa. Okay, then you write here in stands for internet, then you write here type master, and then you give the file path name. Okay, idea is, let me write here my IP address so you get an idea that what it was and how I have written it in reverse order. Okay, so I don't need to write this 106. I have just written, you know, these three numbers, these three values, and I have written them in reverse. Okay, so now I save this, right? I exit it. So now I come back here, I clear it, I ls here, and you can see that I have like these sort of files. So what I need to do, that I have already copied for forward.example.com. So what I'm going to do here, that I'm going to write here sudo cp copy db.local. I'm going to copy the content of this file to forward.example.com. okay, so once I have made a copy of this file, if I ls, I can see here I have this forward.example.com file here. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, you know, it was already there because I have already copied it for some reason, but let's try to edit it. Let's try to edit the content of it. Some of the contents I have not edited yet. I haven't practiced them. So sudo nano /edc/bind /forward.example.com. so you write here and you go inside of that file, and inside of that file db.local, you know, all the file contents have been copied here. So what you need to do, that with the SOA here, you need to remove this localhost, you know, and instead of localhost you need to write here server.example.com, and here you need to write server.example.com as well instead of localhost. Alright, so once you have done that, now what you need to do is that you need to come here, and here you need to write server.example.com as well. So you remove this and you write here server.example.com, and then you write here the IP address, which is 192.168.0.106. okay, and then finally you're going to write here, let's just remove that IP. It is for IPv6, so we don't need that. Okay, oops, let's go back. Unfortunately I pressed Ctrl Z, because of which we came out of the file. Okay, so yes, all right, so we have just, you know, we have to rewrite everything here, and here we're gonna write here server, and here we're gonna write here in, and here we're gonna write a, and here we're gonna write our IP address, which is 192.168.0.106. then we're gonna write here host, we're gonna write here in a, and we write here our IP address. Okay, 106, and I write here client in a, and then let's say I write here 168.0. let's say 107. Okay, so I give my client another name, 92.168.0.107. okay, so once you have done that, what you've got to do that you copy, now you save it first. Okay, and now you basically copy your forward.example.com and make a copy of it with the name of reverse.example.com. okay, so you do that. Okay, alright, so you need sudo permissions to create the copy. So forward.example.com reverse.example.com, you hit enter, and basically it creates a copy for you. So now what you're gonna do, that you're going to open it. Okay, so how do you open it? Sudo nano, then you just simply write here reverse.example.com. so now it this file is opened for you. So now you just need to make few changes. One of them is that on this second line here, it is like in reverse, so we are going to write here, instead of a, we are going to write here ptr, and then we are gonna write here example.com. okay, I think there is one thing that we have made a mistake. We don't need to put these dots here, so these dots were extra. So what we are gonna do that now I'm gonna make another line here, 11, and I'm gonna write here I'm gonna write here ptr, and I'm gonna write here server.example.com, and then on 12, not actually 12, but I think it has got to be, let's say 106, and here it's gonna be 107 in ptr, and then we're gonna write here reverse.example.com. okay, so now we're gonna make changes, Control O, Control X, and we also are going to make a few changes in the forward one. So we are going to remove the dots, obviously, which we have put mistakenly after the IP address. So we're going to remove this dot here, this dot here, this dot, this dot, and this dot. Okay, we are good to go. So now we exit it. So now what we need to do that, let's clear it. So now we write here sudo, and then we write here named, then we write here check conf, then we write here -z, then we write here the file name, which is name.conf. we hit enter. Okay, so basically now it is telling us the errors that we have done. So in the name.conf.local file, there is a semicolon missing after this bracket. So what we are gonna do, that we are going to open our file nano, then we are going to open our named.conf, and let me check that. Okay, not actually name.conf, but sudo nano named.conf.local. okay, I open it up, and here you can see that I forgot to put semicolon. Okay, so we need to put semicolon here. So we put a semicolon, we save it, and now we come back and we try to run that command again, named check conf -z, then we write here named .conf. So now you can see that it is not giving us any sort of error. So you know, serial 1, it is showing all of that it means that there is no error in any of the files. So now we have also checked it for, now let's just make sure that there is no error in the local one as well. Yes, there is no error, so it is just, you know, working fine. So what you can do here, you can also check the zones here as well. So we write here sudo, we write here named, check zone, and we write here forward, and then we write here /etc/bind/forward.example.com, and when you hit enter, oh, there's a slight mistake of the spelling here, so pardon me for that. So sudo named check zone forward /etc/bind/forward. Okay, we hit enter, and you can see that it says that the zone is okay, everything is fine. So we're gonna check it for the reverse as well. Okay, so we write here sudo, and then we write here named check zone, then we write here reverse, then we write here /etc/bind/reverse, and we hit enter, reverse.example.com, and you can see that this zone is working just fine as well. Okay, so now we write here sudo system ctl start bind9, we hit enter. Now it has got started. So now what we do, that we are going to change ownership of bind, -r and bind, we hit enter. So okay, missing operator after bind, I think it's gonna be bind9. Okay, no, we want to change the group name and the username as well. So this command is gonna be like this, change owner -r and then bind because the username and the group name, and then I'm gonna specify the path. Okay, so now it will change the ownership. Okay, so now what the next thing that I need to do, that I also need to you know, change mode, you know, privileges. So 755/etc/bind. I'm not, you know, putting ls and -l to check the long list and the privileges because I'm in a hurry, but you can do that. Okay, so we know that this command is successful. If it is not giving any error, it means it's successful. That's fine, it is working. Okay, so if you want to check here, you can just simply, you know, you can check like this. Okay, we need to come out of that, and you can check simply like this. Here you can see, you know, it's a long list. Okay, where is bind? We need to figure that out. So here you can see that the username and the group name has been changed to bind, and the privileges has changed as well, as we have, you know, changed them. Okay, so now we go to bind. Okay, cd/etc/bind. Okay, so now clear it. So now what we are gonna do, that let's try to restart system cdl restart bind9. So we hit enter and it restarts it. So if you want to check the status of it, you can also do that by just putting here, you know, status, and if you see that it is not enabled, then you can simply write here enable bind9 and it will be enabled. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is that we're going to check here the UFW status. So right here, if it is inactive, then that is fine, we'll go ahead. If that is active, however, then you need to execute this command sudo UFW allow bind9. Okay, so I'm I'm not going to execute it because my status is already inactive, but if you have an active status, then you're going to execute this command. All right, so now what I'm gonna do that I'm going to go here sudo nano and then /etc/network/interfaces. I'm gonna hit enter. It will open up the file for me, and in here at the end I'm gonna make some changes. So I'm gonna write here DNS search example.com, and then I'm gonna write here DNS server name or name server, which is essentially gonna be my IP address, and one more thing, that is search. Okay, so that is my IP address, which is 192.168.0.106. okay, so now what I'm gonna do that I'm gonna I'm gonna press Control O and hit enter, Control X. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do that I'm gonna go to sudo nano /etc/resolve.conf. okay, so once I open this file, so what I need to do that after this name server, I'm going to change this name server actually. So I'm gonna write here my IP address, which is like 192.168.0.106. I hit enter, and now I'm gonna search example.com. okay, I hit enter. Now I'm gonna save it. Okay, once I have done it, so what I'm gonna do that I'm gonna restart system, restart network manager. Okay, systemctl actually, systemctl restart network manager. Okay, so I have restarted the network manager. So now what I can do that I can ping server, and you can see that my server has started generating requests. Okay, so that's it for this video. I hope you have learned something new, and my DNS is set up. So in this video we have learned about DNS, what is DNS, how does it work, secondly, and finally we have learned how to set up the server. I hope you have enjoyed it. You have enjoyed this video, you have learned something new, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome. In this video we are going to see that how can we change name server. So changing name server is the topic of this video. And first of all, we're gonna open up our terminal pressing Ctrl Alt T, and in here we'll write here sudo. Remember that we are going to need that sudo here, because if without sudo you would nano a file, then you won't be able to make necessary changes into it. Okay, so the permission to change the file would be denied, definitely. Okay, so without sudo, so you hit enter, it asks you for the password. Oh, there you have to write nano with a space. That was a typo. Okay, resolve.conf. We hit enter, and this is the file, this is the configuration file that has been opened now. So here we are going to write here name server 8.8.8, and then we're going to change another server. We're gonna write here 8.8.4.4. so we save it, we write it out, and then we exit it. And now before doing anything, let us check that if the changes have been made in the file successfully or not. Yes, okay. So now what we are gonna do, we're just going to write simply this command ping, which is packet internet grepper. So P is for packet, IN is for internet, and G is for grepper. So it basically communicates between the server and the source, and the server and the host, you can say. Okay, the source and the host, you can say. So it is going to communicate, and then obviously it will verify that our name servers has been changed and they are like set. Okay, so we have set the name server as 8.8.8.8, and now you can see we have started to get results. We are getting all the packets, and the communication has like sort of begun. Okay, so now if I like control C, you can see it has shown us all the details. We have sent 24 packets, we have received 24 packets without any loss. And that's how basically the purpose of this video was to show you that how you can change name server. And you definitely now know that you need to go to the resolve.configure file, and here you can change the name servers, and that's what we have done. So that is it in this video. I hope you have enjoyed it, you have learned something new, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to this video. In this video we are going to discuss some basic troubleshooting commands in Linux. Okay, so first of all we'll open up the terminal. So before we start, I want to tell you that you watch the video number 35, in which we have discussed important commands like IP space link and the IP space ADDR. These two commands are really important, and go check out that video. And we have discussed in the previous video the ping command. In today's video we are also going to use it because it is an excellent troubleshooting command. So before everything, whenever I get to a Linux host, I usually run the command uname -a, and what this does, that it tells you basically the version of Linux that you are on. And once you have done that, now you can move on, and you can perform your troubleshooting command, because of the version on across different distributions of Linux, the commands might differ. Okay, but most probably right now I think these commands are most general ones which I'm gonna use. So do not worry, rest assured that these commands will work on any Linux distribution. So the first command that we are going to discuss, the first troubleshooting command, that is ping, right? So the ping is basically used for network reachability test. So if you want to test the network reachability, you would write this ping command. So let's try to send 5 requests, and we send it to the IP address 8.8.8.8, and now it would send like 5 requests, and you can see that 5 packets have been transmitted and 5 has been received, and in that whole scenario there is a 0% packet loss, and the average round trip time is almost 311.669 milliseconds, which is like really fast. So we can also test the ping command on some IP address where there might be like a packet loss or something. So this is just a random IP address that I have chosen. So now you can see it is not actually properly working. So I'll press Ctrl C, and you can see that 13 packets have been transmitted, but there is no response. We have received 0 packets, and there is 100% packet loss in this case. So once we have gone through ping command, there is another command that I want to discuss, is traceroute. But before that, let me discuss ping. Ping can also be used with the DNS name as well. So basically google.com has some sort of IP address which is here. So it will resolve the IP address, and then it will start sending the request. I'll press Ctrl C. So now you can see that the 10 packets have been transmitted, 9 has been received, and there is a 10% of the packet loss, which means
90% positive result, or 90% packets have been gained. So the average round trip time is 483 milliseconds almost, so that is like really fast as well. So that's the use of the troubleshooting command ping. Okay, so you can do a lot of things with this, and there's another command that you can use, which is essentially a trace route. Okay, so basically what it does, that trace route, let me do that for this IP. So what it does, that it trace all the path of the network, what is happening over here on the network, and it displays you each activity on each hop. So you can see that it has done 12 hops here, and we can see that there is one hop, which is ninth one, where it has not responded, but that is okay because we wait for the final final result. And you can see that it has shown you all the activity through each and every hop, and there are 12 hops in total. Okay, so there is another command, that we troubleshoot command, that we would like to discuss, which is dig command. So let's try digging, let's say amazon.com. So we have tried to dig amazon.com, and you can see that we have done one query and we've got 3 answers here. So we have got their A column, right, as well. So we have got the information, and we can use it. We can get the message size, we get the name, we get the server IP, we get the query time, and all of them are listed right here. So you can dig deeper, even deeper, on whatever domain name or whatever website or whatever your requirement is. According to that, you can use your dig command as well. Okay, so it looks up to the DNS record and resolves it and basically displays it. So that is the whole description of the dig command. So there is another command that I would like to discuss with you, which is like netstat, which basically represents the network statistics, you can say. Okay, so it displays you all the active sockets and internet connection. Here you can see, it has displayed me a long list of everything. Here you can see, if you go on the top, like, it is long. So it has shown the list of the active sockets and internet connection. You can see internet connection has been established. So it means that these are like the active internet addresses. All right, so I like to use netstat -L as well. If you use that, it is going to display you all the programs which are actually currently listening, and all the internet connections which are listening as well. You can see that established and listen, you can say that they are like synonyms. Okay, so these are all the programs which are actually listening currently on our system. Okay, so these are the troubleshooting commands that we have discussed. I hope you have enjoyed today's video. You have learned something new. This is Linux in Training course, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to the next video. In this video we are going to discuss informational utilities. We have looked at some troubleshooting or diagnostic utilities like ping and traceroute in the previous video. So let's look at now some utilities which could actually provide information about your networking subsystem. The first thing that I want you to show that is something called as ARP. So if we write here command ARP -A, ARP stands for Address Resolution Protocol. Okay, so we have talked about host, and we have talked about IP addresses, but underneath it there is another address which is known as MAC address. Okay, so this is basically an IP address, you can call it, and this is a MAC address.
So the idea is that every machine has a unique address. Like every DNS has a unique address, right? In the form of an IP address. Similarly, every machine has a unique address as well, which is known as MAC address. Okay. So the address resolution protocol, or ARP, matches the IP address with the MAC address. Okay, so right here you can see that basically what it is doing, that it is matching the IP address with the MAC address. Okay, so the idea is that locally, wherever I want to communicate or we want to communicate, let's say from our computer to router, in that case we need MAC address specifically for local communication from one machine to another machine on the same network, or from one machine to the router on the same network. In that case, you're not going to use IP address, rather you're going to use MAC address. So for the local communication, we use MAC addresses directly. Okay. So there is another informational utility that I would like to share with you, which is route. So if you just put in route and hit enter, now you can see this is like my routing table. So on the default entry, I send everything which is not related. So you can see that here are like these two entries here as well. These are my local entries. So whatever route is not related to any of it, which is not specific, which I do not know what it is about, it will be sent here on my default network interface. Okay, so you can see that all of these three interfaces are WLP3CO, 3SO, and you can see here we have the IP address, okay, 192.16.0.0, and the as I have explained, that these two are for my local communication, okay, the communication with the other machines, with other routers as well. So for the outside world and whatever route that I don't know about, this one here is for that. So there is another way to get your routing table, and that is basically doing the netstat. So we have discussed netstat in the previous video. If you don't know what netstat is, I have explained briefly in the previous video. I would recommend you to go and watch previous video if you haven't yet. Okay, so we write here netstat negative RN. Okay, so now if you hit enter, you can see you have the same routing table here. Okay, so if you want to get the routing table, this is another way to get the routing table, and obviously it would have like the same information. Okay, but there is one difference this time. If you are able to see that now it is, instead of naming the destination, it is actually specifically telling about the IP addresses that are being used as of the destination source. Okay, so these were some of the informational utilities that we have discussed. So related to netstat, we can like go on and on. You can do a lot of stuff with the netstat. So how would you figure it out? You would do man netstat, and here you can take a look at everything almost that you can do with this netstat command. So I hope you have liked this video, you have learned something new, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome. In this video we are going to show you that how you can capture packets, and obviously we're going to capture packets on a network using some tool, and that tool that is very famous, the tool is Wireshark, and that is the most famous tool which is being used for packet capturing. So how do we install it in Ubuntu? We write a command something like that, sudo apt get install Wireshark, and we hit enter. It asks you for the password because of sudo, and then it starts to install it, and it asks you if you want to install it, yes or no. And after that it would ask you for the configuration of Wireshark, that if you want to give the access to non-super users. So just do yes, because we want to give access to non-super users as well. So we don't want any complication. We want it to be available to everybody, not just to super user. Okay, so we'd press yes, and now it would start to unpack the packages, and it would start to install the rest of the packages. So first of all, it would download it. Okay, so if your internet connection is really fast, it is going to download it probably in seconds. But if it is slow, it probably is going to take few minutes before asking you that question that it has asked previously, which is like if you want to give access to Wireshark to super users or non-super users as well. So remember that if you select yes, then all the non-super users can use Wireshark as well. But if you would select no, then only super user would be able to use Wireshark. Okay, so now it is basically processing. It is getting ready, so we would wait. Okay, so once you are here, it means that the Wireshark has been installed. So how do you know that if the Wireshark has been installed? You go here, you search here Wireshark, and right here you have it. So you open it up right now. So from here you can see that it could start capturing packets. So first of all, go here on the capture options, and you can see that we have input as Cisco remote capture, random packet generator, and SSH remote capture, UDP listener. So if you just select any of that, so let's say if I select random packet generator, I can see the output and options. From here you can select whatever your requirement is. So you can either select the number of the packets that you want to capture. So after, for example, in this case, when you'll capture one packet, it will automatically stop capturing packets, but we don't want that. We can set it to 100, 1000 even. And similarly, the files, for example, if you just want to capture 5 files, then you would do something like this, and you would select this option. Okay, so but we are not going to jump into it right now. We're just gonna keep every option as default. We're going to go to the input. We're going to select this random packet generator. Okay, and once you click start, so let's say that if you do not see any of these options here when you run your Wireshark, so just simply restart your system. Sometime it happens that there is a need to restart your system. All right, so now let's start. So it says couldn't run, user bin dump cap in child process, permission denied. Okay, so if we try to do that, okay, so now you can see that the permission has been denied. So what do we need to do? We need to perform a few of the commands maybe. So it's saying missing parameter remote host. Okay, so before we start capturing packets, we need to run a few commands in order to make sure that we set everything. We set our host, and so that it could work really better. So we would run here a few commands. Right, first of all, let me clear it. So first command that we're gonna write here, we are going to add group system Wireshark. All right, so we hit enter. So it says that the Wireshark group already exists as a system group. Okay, so it already exists, so we don't need to create it. But just make sure that this group exists. Okay, so then we'd write another command, sudo chown root Wireshark, and then we're gonna give the path user bin /dump cap. Okay, so when we hit enter, you can see that it says cannot access user bin dumpcamp. No such file or directory exists. Okay, so let me just create something like this: sudo set cap _net _raw, then comma, then cap _net _admin equals EIP space /user /bin /dump cap. Okay, so you hit enter and you can see that it has been executed successfully. So now the next command that you're going to run is sudo user mode -a -g, G is for group, and Wireshark, and then the username, whatever is your username. My username, I'm gonna write here my username, so I'd recommend you to write here your username after Wireshark. Okay, so this right here is my username. So now I hit enter and you can see that it has been executed as well. So now before capturing the packets, I would recommend you to go ahead and restart your system, because right now you can see that it won't work. So go ahead, restart your system so that the changes that we have done, they might take place. Okay, so once you have restarted your system, so now you can go ahead and run your Wireshark and start capturing packets. So just before doing that, you can run your commands that I have shown you, I have displayed you. Okay, just run those commands and just go ahead and use them, and after that restart your Ubuntu and then go on and open up your Wireshark and then start capturing the packets. Okay, so let's say if we want to capture the random packets, so random packet generator, so if we start it, so now you can see that these are some random packets that it has generated. Okay, so let's say if we want to capture this one, Ethernet WLP3SO, so if we start capturing this, so continue without saving, you'd be able to see that it would capture at least the browser packets maybe. But let's go to the browser and let's try to go to google.com or some other website or server so that you'd be able to see the packets. So now you can see that these are the packets. As I have opened up the browser, it is going to Gmail, so it has started capturing the packets. So let's say if I go to Google, you can see here that it has started capturing different sort of packets on my Wireshark, and it is giving all the details about the package, the protocol, the destination, the source, even the time, and of course the length, and then the information. All right, so that's it. That's how you start capturing packets using Wireshark. I hope you have enjoyed this video, you have learned something new. This is Linux in Training course, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome. In this video we are going to discuss IP tables. Okay, so IP tables are just nothing but a set of rules which define your network's behavior, your machine's behavior on your network. Okay, so let's start it. Let's just write here the command to view the IP table. So in order to view the IP table, you need to write here sudo IP tables -capital L or -capital L. So if you hit enter, it asks you for the password. You put in your password, and now you can see that we have 3 chains. So right now the IP table is empty. So you can see this is the first chain, the input chain we call it. Then the second chain that we have is the forward chain, we call it a forward chain. Then we have the output chain, we call it the output chain. All right, so the idea is that whatever rules you will give, in this IP table, your machine will absolutely follow it. So this input rule or the input policy is for sending the traffic to itself. Like your machine right now, whatever input it is taking, like if you send traffic, you're sending traffic from your own machine to your own machine, is called as the input chain. So whatever rules you will set here, they will be for your own machine or for your own local host. So then we have the forward. Let's come to forward later. Let's discuss the output chain. So what it does, that whatever the traffic you would send from your machine to some other machine out there in the world or out there on the network, that would be the output chain. Okay, so you can set and define rules for dealing with the output traffic from here, the traffic that you're sending from your machine to the outside world to any other machine. Okay, so in this case you're sending traffic from your machine to outside world to any other machine. In this case you're sending traffic from your machine to your own machine. Okay, so there is no difference. It's like sending traffic to your own self. And this forward thing, the forward chain, it represents like you can say that if your Ubuntu machine is acting like a mid machine, like you're receiving, like you can say, you can call it a gateway. You are receiving the traffic from one machine, but you're acting as a gateway, and you are just a source for sending the traffic to another machine. Okay, so basically you can imagine it as the three machines involved. So machine number 1, machine number 2, and machine number 3. So let's say you are machine number 2. So your Ubuntu machine is machine number 2. So machine number 2 receives the traffic from, let's say, machine number 1, and then it becomes a gateway and sends the traffic to the machine number 3. So basically machine number 3 is the destination and machine number 1 is the source, and your machine number 2 is the gateway. So that is basically the explanation of forward chain. So let's now go ahead and let's try to write a few rules and let's try to change them. So for input chain, the input chain example is like our local host. So let's try to send traffic to our local host, to our own self. So we write here 127.0.0.1, let's say. We hit enter, and you can see we have started sending requests and the packets to our own self. I press Ctrl C, and you can see that we have sent 8 packets to ourselves. So let's say we define a rule here, and we do not want to send any packet to ourselves. So we define a rule and we drop the packets that we intend to send to ourselves. So we set a rule in the IP tables for that. Okay, so you can set multiple rules if you want to. So I write here, so let me clear it first. So I write here sudo IP tables, and now I'm going to define some rules. So -a is for, or -a is for defining rules. So the rule that I'm defining is for input. Then I'm going to write the destination, and -d is for destination. Then I'm going to write here 127.0.0.1, which is my own machine, local host, you can say. Okay, so then after that, what I'm going to do, that I'm going to write here the protocol that I want to influence, which is essentially ICMP, and then the functionality that I want to perform with the traffic, which is essentially drop. So after writing that, I'd hit enter, and you can see that this command has been executed successfully. So now if I check my IP tables, I go on, I check my IP tables, and you can see that this is a rule that has been added to my input chain, right? So we are going to perform these rules for input and output. Okay, so now we have done it for input.
So now what I'm gonna do that let's try to send the traffic to ourselves, and let's see what happens now. Okay, so we hit enter, and now you can see that we are waiting and waiting and waiting, but it is not sending any traffic to itself, my machine right now. Okay, so I press Ctrl C, and you can see that 13 packets have been transmitted, but 0 packets have been received. Like it has sent the packets, but none of them has been received. All of them has been dropped. Okay, because I have set the rule to drop. So remember that we have sent packets, but they are all dropped. So traffic is sort of dropped. We have sent the traffic, but it is dropped. I'm repeating that over and over again, so you know, so that these concepts could get to your subconscious, so you do not forget it. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to do, that we are going to set rules for now output world. So this is the local not local, actually the public DNS, which has been set by Google. So 8.8.8, if you're watching these videos, then you are familiar with this IP address. So we hit enter, and now you can see that it is actually sending the traffic to the output source, and it is receiving it from output source as well. So I press Ctrl C, and you can see that there is a 0% packet loss, right? So right now let's set a rule for this outside world as well. So we write here sudo, then we write here IP tables, then we write here, like, we are going to define rules, and instead of input we are going to write here output now. And now we are going to write here the destination, which is essentially 8.8.8.8, and then we are going to write here the protocol ICMP essentially, and then we're going to write here the functionality, which is going to be, let's drop the traffic. Okay, so now if I hit enter, you can see that it has executed the command successfully. So now if I try to view my IP table, so -L, hit enter, and you can see that a rule to output has been added, to the output chain has been added as well. All right, so now what we're gonna do, we're gonna test it. We write here ping 8.8.8.8, and now you can see that send message operation not permitted, so it is not sending any sort of packet. So you can see there is 100% packets loss. So the traffic was basically dropped. Okay, so now if we check our IP tables again, so you see that we have -L, we have these two rules here, one in the input and one in the output. So what if we want to remove all the rules? Let's say you have written 10 rules in the input, 10 rules in the output, and you want to remove all of those rules. So what would you do? You would write just a simple command, sudo IP tables -F or -F, which is for flush. So you hit enter. Okay, so sudo, there is a spelling error, IP tables -F, you hit enter, and you can see that it has been executed. So if I clear it and I again view the IP tables -L, if I hit enter, now you can see there are no rules here, right? The rules have been flushed. So I hope you have enjoyed today's video. You have learned something new. This is Linux and Training course, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to another video. In this video we are going to enable SSH, and we are going to install open SSH server in our system. So the idea is that your Ubuntu, if it is a SSH client, then it can basically connect to any
SSH server out there, using the command, using a simple command, it can connect to any of the SSH server, and it can use the operating system remotely. Okay, so you can make in a remote server changes, whatever changes you want. Okay, so in order to know that if SSH is installed or enabled on your system, you just write here SSH, and if you see things like that, then it means that you are an SSH client, or your machine is an SSH client. Simply, if you want to connect your machine to a remote machine and you want to use it like any server out there which is hundreds of miles away from you, even you can simply do that by writing a command like this, SSH, then the username of that server, then the IP address of that server, and then if there is a special port, then you can write here that port like this. Okay, so this is the command that you would use to connect to the SSH server remotely. So what we are gonna do, that we are going to, in this video, for this video, we are not going to connect to any remote host and use that. You can do that. Okay, but what we are going to do, that we are going to connect to our local host. It means that we are going to connect to our own machine, and we are going to use our own operating system. Okay, so that is going to be interesting. So if you want to know that if SSH server is installed and enabled on your machine, so what you need to do, that you need to write here SSH and then localhost. Okay, you hit enter. So it says that connection refused. Okay, so connect to host localhost port 22. So connection has been refused. So what you can do, that you can install the open SSH server on your machine by using a simple command. Let me use it, sudo apt get install open SSH server. Okay, you hit enter. It asks you for the password. You give the password, and okay, I hit yes, and now it starts to install the open SSH server on my machine. So once it is installed, what we are gonna do, we're gonna check it if it is like installed for real, and then we'll try to connect. Okay, and after that, when we connect, if we connect successfully, then I'll show you that how you can change ports if you want to. Okay, so like if you want to maintain a special port for SSH server on your system, you can do that as well. Okay, so no other person, if someone even knows your username or IP address, they have to specify that special port, right, in order to connect to your system. So now let's go ahead and let's check if SSH server has been installed and it is enabled. So SSH localhost. So now you can see that we have it here. So the localhost, so if you want to establish a connection to your own machine, then you write here yes. So when we write here yes, it asks us for the password of our machine. So I'm going to enter password of my own machine, and now you can see that my system is now connected to my operating system. So I can use my own operating system right now, and I'm using it as remote. So similarly, you can use another operating system on some other machine as well. Before that, if you want to know that if the SSH service is enabled and it is running, so you would simply write here service SSH status. We should have checked it before, but it's okay. So sudo service SSH status, and you can see that this service SSH service is running and it is active. All right, so we have learned about services in some previous video. I guess that was video number 36 or 37 maybe, I'm not sure. Just go back and just take a look at that video as well. So now what if you want to change the port? if you want to specify any sort of port. So how would you do that? So you write here sudo nano, and then you write here /etc/ssh/sshd and then config. Okay, so I'm not sure if that is a hyphen or underscore, so let's just try it. Yes, I'm right. So right now you can see that we have here the port number as 22. So if you want to change it, you can simply change it to any other port, but I want to keep it the same, so I would just simply exit it. So that is how basically you can change the port if you want to. So in this video we have learned how to enable SSH, how to install the SSH server, and how to check that if SSH server is running or not, and even we have checked that how can we change the port. So that's it from this video. I hope you have enjoyed it, you have liked it, you have learned something new. This is Linux in Training course, and I will see you in the next video.
Hey everybody, welcome to this video. This video is about Netcat, and Netcat is a popular network security tool to date. It is old and it was introduced in 1995. I think people call it as Swiss Army knife as well. Yes. And the Netcat runs as a client to initiate the connections with other computers. It can also operate as a server or listener in some specific settings. Some common usages of Netcat are using it as a chat or messaging service or file transfers. You want to do it securely. Okay. So you can also, use Netcat for port scannings as well. So if you want to know that if Netcat is installed in your system or not, so what you can do is that you can go on and write this command and see -h. If you hit enter, if you get the results like this, then it means that the Netcat is installed on your system. Alright, so Ubuntu comes with it pre-installed, I guess, because I don't remember installing Netcat on my system. So it comes pre-installed on Ubuntu. Now what we're gonna do, that we are going to treat this window here as a server, and we are going to treat this window here as a client using Netcat. So we are basically going to create a chat service, and this is a server and this is a client. So let's go ahead and let's try to do it. So first of all, in order to create a server, we need to write here sudo. We need to use sudo command here, then -l and then -p for port, and then specify the port 23. It is going to ask me for the password. I hit password, and you can see now this has become my server. So now I'm going to make this window as my client. So what I'm gonna do here, that I'm gonna write here nc localhost, and then I'm gonna specify the port, which is essentially 23. And remember, in this case I haven't written sudo here, because in this case we do not need to write sudo, but in the case of the server we need to have the super user privileges. All right, so I hit enter, and now you can see that both of them have some sort of phenomena in which they are not letting me enter any command. But if I'll write here anything like hello server, if I hit you are there, so if I hit enter, now you can see that the exact text that I have written here has appeared here on the server as well. So if I write here hello client, yes, I am here. So if I hit enter, and you can see that this text appears here as well. So this window right here is now acting as a client, and this window right here is acting as a server, and they are basically communicating with each other using Netcat. Okay, so that was the simple example that I have explained today. I hope you have learned something. If you want to learn more about Netcat, and if you want to download it, remember that you can download it for other operating systems as well, Windows, Mac, you know, for Linux as well, if you want to download it separately and you want to install it separately, you can do that as well. The link is, I guess, netcat.sourceforge.net. So just go on Google, you can search netcat and you can download it, install it, and read more about it from the documentation as well. So I hope you have enjoyed today's video. I will see you in the next video.
Hey everybody, welcome to the next video. This is the new video of the new section in which we are going to learn about how to install MySQL, how to install PHP, and how to install Apache. So let's get started. So first of all, we are going to install Apache, but before that we are going to update our repository. So we'll write here update, and it is going to ask me for the password, and once I enter my password, it is going to update, you know, everything. And once it is updated, then you can you know, download, you can run command, and obviously you can download and run and install the softwares that you want. Okay, so right now we're gonna write here sudo apt get install apache 2. Okay, so you hit enter, and it, you know, my Apache 2 has already been installed, so it has taken less time. But if you're installing it for the first time, then obviously it is going to take more and more time. So now let's try to install PHP. So for PHP, this is the command that we are gonna use. Okay, this is a quite long command, because if you just write here sudo apt get install PHP or PHP 5, that command has gone obsolete, so that won't really work. So this is the command that you need to use. Okay, so I'll try to paste, you know, this file along with this video in the course somewhere, so make sure that you find it and you copy it from there. Even if you don't find it, just pause the video and, you know, note this command and write it down. Okay, so just copy it. I'm just gonna copy it, I'm just gonna paste it, and then when I hit enter, it starts to install PHP. I hit Y, which is for yes, and now it has started to install PHP on my system. Okay, so once it installs PHP, you know, until then we check our Apache 2 servers. So how do we check that? We go to localhost, and you can see that our Apache 2 server is up and running and it is installed. Okay, so here you can see it is still installing PHP, so we'll wait. Okay, so once you have done that, so now what you are gonna do, that you are going to write here something to check if PHP is installed successfully or not. So what you're gonna do, that you're gonna write this command. Okay, let's try writing this here. We go here, we paste it, but before pasting we clear it. We paste this command. Remember that I'm gonna attach the file somewhere where I'm gonna just put these commands in, but even if you don't find that file, even if I'm unable to attach, you can just simply pause the video and you can copy this command and just hit enter, and you can see that it has printed out that your PHP installation is working fine. Obviously the PHP has been installed and our PHP is working fine. Okay, so now we need to install the MySQL server. So in order to install MySQL server, what we would do, we'd write here sudo apt get install MySQL server. So we hit enter, and you can see that it has started to install it. We hit Y, and you know, it starts to install. So now after the installation part is completed, I'd show you that how we can actually test if MySQL server is working, how can we create the database, and how can we view that if the database has been created or not. And then after that, I'm going to show you that how can you install phpMyAdmin on your system. Okay, so we shall wait. Okay, so now after running the command sudo mysql -u root -p or -p, what I am going to do is that I'm going to write here create database as testdb, let's call it, put a semicolon. I hit enter, it says query, okay, one row affected. So now if I write here show databases, you can see that here we have a testdb as well. Okay, so now what we are going to do, that we are going to install phpMyAdmin. For that I'm going to write here sudo apt-get install phpMyAdmin. Okay, I hit enter, it asks me for the password because of sudo, and now if I press Y, it starts to install phpMyAdmin. So once it installs phpMyAdmin, we are all done. All right. So now it is basically asking to configure the phpMyAdmin. So we will keep Apache 2 as our server. We'd hit OK, and then it would, keep on processing the installation. Okay, so after that it is asking configure database for phpMyAdmin with dbconfig common. So you need to press yes here. So now here MySQL application password for phpMyAdmin. So here you can put in your password, okay, and you can confirm the password. Okay, so that's how you basically install Apache 2, PHP, MySQL, and phpMyAdmin. So I hope you have enjoyed the video. You have learned something new. I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to this video. In this video we are going to talk about the best web editors out there, or the HTML editors, you can say, you can call whatever you want. So the idea is that we have plenty of the editors that we can install, which are like really cool, really best. The first one that I'm going to recommend is Sublime Text, excellent editor. Then we have Brackets. The third one is Notepad++. And the last one that is like really cool, I really like it, and that is the one that I'm going to install on Ubuntu, that is named as Atom. Okay, so Control Alt T. So first of all, before installing Atom, you need to add a repository. So this is the command, sudo add apt repository, then ppa, then colons, then web update team, and then /atom. Okay, so you write it and then you hit enter. It asks you for the password, you enter your password, and then it would start to add the repository. So it asks you to hit enter to continue, or if you want to cancel it, then you can press Ctrl C. So I think I have added it, that's why it is like giving error again, because if you have added it once, then you do not need to add it twice, right? So use that command, add it inside your computer, into your computer, and once you have done it, then you need to run this command. Okay, so you need to update your repositories. So I have already added that's why it was giving me some sort of error. The first time you will run that, it will not give you any sort of error. Okay, so once you have done it, now you are going to install Atom. Okay, so you hit enter and it starts to install. You write here why, yes, I want to install.
So you start to install it. It will take some time, and once it is installed, you can open it up, and then you can open all sorts of web files, maybe Node.js files, maybe you want to open HTML files, maybe you want to open CSS or PHP files, whatever files related to the web development sort of thing you want to open in the Atom editor, you can open that. Okay, so now we will wait. It will take some time to download. Okay, so now after we have downloaded it and it is installed, what we can do, that we can go here, and here we can search for Atom, and you can see that we have Atom here. So if you want to like pin it right here, you can do that. And if you now go back, you can see that Atom is right here. So if you click it, the editor would open up. So you can see that you have an option of opening a project. You have a version control option with Git and GitHub. You can collaborate in real time with Teletype. You can install a package. You can choose a theme. You can customize the styling and much more. Adding some sample file here from, you can create a new file, you can open a new file. So let's try opening a new file. Let's go here, let's go to the vir folder, www folder, then HTML folder, then we try to like let's say that we open this PHP file right here. So it has opened up all the folders from the WordPress. Okay, so it has taken it as a project, and from here you can like open up any of the file that you want to open up. Okay, so you can also, if you cross this welcome screen, okay, so now you can see that this is like it is a very beautiful editor. It has given colors to different different functionalities, different words and different functions. Okay, so you can identify your code in a better way. So you can change themes, you can install other packages, you can do a lot of stuff here. Just come here, check it out. I know this is one of the best web editors out there. So if you are comfortable with any other editor such as Node++ or Sublime Text Editor or Brackets, you can go and you can use that as well. But I think this Atom editor is best for web development purposes. So I hope you have enjoyed today's video, you have learned something new, and I will see you in the next video.
Hey everybody, welcome. In this video we are going to discuss about bash scripting. So up until this point we have been writing commands, and we are writing those commands directly, and we are directly executing them by writing them into the prompt, or in the terminal. So when you do like like this, if we open up our terminal, and when we do like this, we are executing our commands basically directly. Okay, and we are getting the results instantly. So now if you want to write a script in which you would be performing these commands, let's say you want to create a text file, and then you want to change its user privileges or file permissions. So you would write a script that would create a file and that would change its user's permission, and every time you will execute that file, it will happen whatever you want to do. Okay, for example, we want to do two things, as I have said, that we want to create a file, okay, and then we want to change the user privileges of that file. Okay, so in our case, if we want to write a script for bash shell, we'd go ahead and write something like, let's say, nano, and then the file name, let's say bash script. Then we are gonna write here .sh, so .sh basically it is a clue that it represents that there are number of commands in this file which are meant to be executed. Okay, so it basically represents that it is a script and it is gonna have multiple commands possible into it which needs attention and which are executable, which are to be executed. So if you hit enter, you get into the file, and this file right now is empty. So the idea is that in the very first line, we always write the path to the shell that we want to execute. So the first line is gonna be something like this, slash, and then exclamation mark, bin slash bash. Okay, so that is always going to be our first line. So slash and exclamation mark, it indicates that it is the first line, and it has to be the first line because it has the path to the interpreter. So this line has multiple names, but the bottom line is that it will help you reach the shell. Okay, after you have written the first line, which is in charge of handling the script, in bash you basically write one command per line, keeping everything to the extreme left. So yes, it is possible that you can hit enter twice or thrice, and you can give some spaces like we give in terminal. So after that you can write any sort of command. So for example, we write here touch, and let's say we want to create a file and we want to name the file as bash text file. Okay, so .text, this is the first line. So when this script will be executed, this is the first thing it is gonna do, that it is going to create this file. And the second thing that we want the user privileges to be like full, that the public user could read, write, execute, the group users could read, write, execute, and the owner could read, write, execute. So we want to give all the privileges. So for that, what we would do, that we'd write here chmod, and then we'd write here 777, and then we'd write here the file name, which is essentially bash text file .text. So once we have done that, once we have written these like two commands in one script, so what we are gonna do now, that we will try to save it, and the name of the file is bashscript.sh. so we'll hit enter, and now if we ls, you can see that we have bashscript.sh right here. So now right now you can see that it is not executable, right? How do I know? Because the color of this script will turn something like this color, light green. Okay, so right now it is white, it is not colored. It tells me that it is not yet executable. So if I want to take a look at the user privileges, so you can see here that I can read and write, but I cannot execute this file, right? So now what I'm gonna do, that let's say it isn't executable, but that doesn't really necessarily mean that you cannot run it. You can run it using a bash. You can just tell it that it is a bash command. Okay, sorry, a bash file or a bash script. So you write here bash, and then you write the file name or the script name, which is essentially in our case bashscript.sh. Okay, so if you hit enter, now if we ls, you can see that the bash script has been executed, and a bash text file has been created, and its user privileges, let me show you the user privileges of the bash text file .text. So you can see that it's full 7777, which means that it can read and write and execute, the group can read and write and execute, and the public user can also read and write and execute. Okay, so this has turned light green. So what if we want to turn this executable. So if we want to make this executable, what we've got to do, let's say we have got to do the same thing that we have done inside this script. Okay, so we'll write here, let me just clear it. We'll write here chmod, and then we'll write here 777 or maybe 775, and then we'd write here the file name, which is essentially bash script dot sh. Okay, so we hit enter. Now if we ls, you can see that this bash script dot sh has become executable. So once you have done that, you can also go ahead and you can make changes in that script. So let's say if I want to like bash script, if I want to nano bash script dot sh. So remember that this first line has to be that way. Okay, and then let's say if I add a few more commands into it, let's say I want to create another file, touch, and let's say I want to create it as, let's say, Linux users here dot text file, and let's say that I want to echo something as well. This is home variable, and then after that I echo the, let's say, home variable, right? So these are like multiple commands. So I save it like this, Control O, and then exit. So now once we have done that, let me just ls first. Okay, so this file is executable. So now let's say if I run it, I do not need to do bash, by the way, as I can run it in a simple way as well, but I have this habit. So now you can see that this is home variable. It has printed it out. Okay, so that's from the third line, but it has also created two files as well, two text files. So if I ls, you can see here it has created the bash text file, and it has created this Linux users here dot text file as well. So the idea is that using bash, you could perform multiple commands in a single file, at a single time. So in whichever directory you would be currently in, whenever you will run the bash file, it will execute all the commands inside of it, and it will give you results. Even you can make these bash commands interactive as well. So I hope you have got the concept. The purpose of this video was to give you the basic concept of bash so that you can understand it and you can try different commands on your own. I hope you will try it. Definitely do that, because it is going to increase your knowledge, practice, and practice more with these commands and use them. Okay, it is the only way you're gonna learn. So I hope you have enjoyed today's video, you have learned something new, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, what's up? In this video we are going to talk about Python scripts. Okay, so in order to run Python scripts on your system, you have to have Python installed on your system. All right, so for that, what we would do, we would install Python first. Okay, so we'll write here, so first of all we will update. Okay, and then we will install. So we'll update our repository. Once it is updated, then we are going to install Python in our system. So what we would do, we'd write here sudo apt get install Python. So this is the command, Python 3. We hit enter, and you can see that I already have the Python 3 version, the newest version, installed on my system for Ubuntu 18.04 ls. And when you would do it, would take a little bit longer, because it would be downloading the Python 3 files and directories and folders, and then it would be basically installing it on your system. All right, so once you have done that, there are basically two ways to run Python scripts. So now after installation, you are able to run Python scripts on your system.
So there are basically two ways using which you can run Python scripts on your system. The number one way is actually using the terminal. So you write here Python 3 and it will make this terminal your Python editor. Okay, so you can go ahead and you can write here print, you can start coding and print hello world. So if you hit enter, you can see that this is the output, hello world, that you have got. So you can also y is equal to 1, x equals 2, and then you can basically print them, or you can create another variable z equals x plus y, and then you can basically print z or z. So you hit enter and you can see that you have got the result as 3. Okay, but here you would have to write all the code almost in one line. So make sure that if you have larger scripts, or you have code which is like really crucial and you want to save it and you don't want to lose it, so for that you have to create a separate Python script. Okay, so how would you do that? So let me just go back here. You can see that here we have all these like text files and all the extra files. Let me just clear all of them. Okay, I have deleted all of them. So now you can see here is only one Python file. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, that I'm going to create a text file here. Let me go ahead and figure out text file. All right, and I can literally start coding here in Python. So before coding, what I can do, I can save it. You can even do that after coding. Okay, so I write here Python file or Python script dot py. Okay, so if I do that, I save it, so it would become a Python script. So if I print here, print like hello world, and if I save it, so it changes color. So you are going to open up the terminal, and once you have opened up your terminal here, you are simply going to ls. You can see here we have the Python file here, python script.py, and what we can do is that we can write here Python and then essentially the file name directly, which is python script.py, and if we hit enter, you can see that it has printed out hello world. So that was basically the script of Python. So if we want to write longer scripts, we can also write longer scripts here. We can write here x is equal to 1, y is equal to 2, z is equal to, let's say, 4, and c equals to, then we have a equals to x plus y plus z, and then we want to print like z or a, and we want to print it like 3 or 4 times. We can also use for loop here, but I'll leave that to you. This is just a basic representation that how you can work with Python scripts in here. So here if we save it, okay, it is saved hopefully. So now if I go again and if I try to run Python script again, python script.py, so you can see it has printed out the output like 4 times because we have written the print statement 4 times. All right, so I hope you have got the point. This is how you basically install Python in your system, and this is how you basically run the Python scripts. You can also run the Python scripts in Python code in your terminal, but I would recommend you to create a separate script because obviously your code would be important and you would like to save it. All right, so I hope you have enjoyed today's video. You have learned something new. This is Linux in Training course, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome to this video. In this video we are going to talk about C programs and how we can run them. So the idea is that you already have the tool installed on your Ubuntu. Right now my Ubuntu is like Ubuntu 18.04 LTS, so it already it might already have it. I haven't checked it. So in order to check it, you're going to write here gcc -- then version. So yes, I have it. So we are going to use GCC to run our C programs. Okay, so right here you can see this is like the latest version 7.3.0 which I have on my system. For some reason, if you do not have GCC on your Ubuntu, so what you're gonna do, you're just going to write a simple command as sudo apt install build essential. Alright, so this is the command that you are going to write if you do not have GCC on your system, but I already have it. So it is going to ask me for the password. So you can see that we already have the newest version on this system, so we don't need to actually run this command. But if you don't have this GCC on your system, so you can run this command in that case. Okay, so now what we can do, that we can do one thing here, that we can create a C file. Remember that this is our current directory in which the C file will be created. Let me ls it. Okay, so these are the files. So let's say if we want to create on the desktop. Okay, so we'll cd home / desktop. Okay, so that was like the long route. So if you want to directly come to the desktop, so you have to do something like this. Okay, so these are the two ways you can reach your desktop. All right, so once you have done it, so now let's create a text file, which later it will be converted into C via extension. So we write here hello and let's say .c. So touch space hello.c. If we hit enter, you can see that a file is created. It has been created, but it is right now it is empty. So what we do, that we go inside of that, and okay, we write here the C code. I've just copied it. So this is basically a C code which will give me the output of hello world. All right, so I just save it. Okay, so once we have done it, so now you can see that here we have this C appears up on this file. So it means that this is a C file. So now if you want to execute this file, so what you've got to do is that you're going to write something like this: GCC, that is the tool that we're going to use to run our C program, and that is not enough yet. So what we would do, that would write here -o, which stands for the output file. So the idea is that it is going to create a binary file for this GCC. It will create a binary file for your C program, and then you will manually have to run that output file to see the result. Okay, so this GCC hello.c, hello.c is the file name. Then we have -o and then test. So the file name, the output file name is gonna be test, and if we hit enter, you can see that we have this test file, and we cannot display that because it is a binary file. And now if we do something like this /test, you can see the output right here, which is hello world. So you can say that why it is like appearing in the same line. The reason is that we have not put here /n. So if we just put here /n, we save it. If we sort of run it again, hello.c and then -o test, if we hit it, the test file will be updated, and if we do that again, you can see that now it is appearing on the next line. Okay, so you can even change the text inside of that. Let's say I write here hello world, how are you doing? Okay, so if I save it, hopefully it has been saved.
Let me check it. Yes, it is saved. So I cross it and I run the command again, gcc hello.cc, and then the output file, and hit enter. It has been updated, and now if we want to view the result of the binary file, you can see that from here that the output has changed. So that's how you basically run a C program in your Ubuntu. You can obviously run complex programs if you want to, but the purpose of this video was to show you that how you can run C programs on your system. So I hope you have enjoyed it. You have learned something new from this video. This is Linux in Training course. This is probably the last video of this course. After that, I am going to give you a quiz, and also I'm going to give you a review of the course. So until next time, I'll see you. Hey everybody, I hope you have enjoyed this course. If you were a beginner at the start of the course, now I am sure that you are somewhere near to the intermediate level. Even if you were an expert or an intermediate, I am sure you would have enjoyed the knowledge that you already possess. Alright? So I really enjoyed working with you. So I would recommend you to repeat the videos over and over again. Go on, watch those videos over and over again. Practice it, okay? Practice it 100 times. And then you would see that your learning capabilities have increased, okay? So for more information, keep visiting our website linuxin.com, and in the end, again, I really enjoyed working on this course. We'll keep coming up with new courses in the future. So until next time, good luck and goodbye.